Okay.
Hi, Jack.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. Just a moment. Good to see you.
Comes you've left it so such a fine line before it starts to do the tech check, Jack. It's not what we're used to.
Sure. No problem. So, in terms of the tech check, you sent me the presentation, and yes, to see how it works. So,
Well, I won't have the internet at my end to support my presentation and speak. I know that from recent experience. So, as I said, Joey had offered, but he's not on the tech check. So either you or Nat, if you make Nat co-host, Nat could share screen for my presentation.
sure. I mean, I can do that. No, I can do that at the time. Didn't know if you like it at the time, but yeah, and then the options for yeah, all participants can share screen whenever they wish according to my settings here, so that should be okay.
Okay.
Let me just have a quick try.
Sure.
I can I can't. You cannot read modify the advanced. Oh no, here we go. Okay, share sound. Right. So you should be able to see that now. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it. Can you
So
all
the
see
one,
it?
yep. So the one thing I'm going to go to is just this slide. Oh, actually, no, I have to do it in presentation mode. One sec. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through to the video slide. Oops, there we go. Can you see that?
Yes, with the animal moving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and everything, yes.
And then there's this one.
Here,
Can you
we
hear the
model
audio?
the mid-water discharge plume
Yeah.
in the Tonga contract area.
Okay. That's it, isn't it, Helen?
It is, and we won't use the last
Helen, you're
one.
going to have to resend me the most updated.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same, but I'll send it again. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay, well, it's just checking the sound. This one in particular.
Here,
This has got the
we
sound.
model the mid-water discharge plume in the Tonga contract.
So I'll
Along
just
the
get
way,
through it.
the plume may harm
Still working?
free-swimming. Extending our simulation runtime, we predict that it will only take 3 months for the discharge plume.
So that's all fine, Helen?
Yes, no, that all sounds and looks fine.
It looks fine. Okay. And all you have to do is just, you can just say next slide.
Okay.
You just go, next
Yeah.
slide.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And Jack, will we be able to post in the chat, like if there's resources and links and things we'd like to share?
I think you should be able to.
Yeah, it looks like it's
I
here.
think it's, yeah, I mean, if you just
Enabled.
chat, it should be enabled, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Enabled.
great.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, was there anything else we needed to ask? Oh, are you going to introduce us? It sounds like you don't have our bio, so we're introducing ourselves, I gather.
That might help. I mean, I can briefly introduce you, but yes, you'd probably be better placed to do that.
Okay.
That's all right.
Yes, well, I spoke to Joey yesterday, so we arranged that I'll present first. So I'll just briefly introduce the session and say, that I'm sharing it with Joey, and then when he starts, he can introduce anything else extra he'd like to say about himself. Yeah, I mean, I won't do a bio or anything. I'll just say who we are. And I guess you don't have any idea how many people are coming, or because
no, as I say, I've sent out hundreds of invites, but it's always hard. I mean, I've
sent one to every high school I could find in the South Pacific, among others. And
Oh,
the
okay.
students on the mailing group and other random people, but I have absolutely no idea. I cannot say, but yeah, hopefully there'll be a turnout. This is recording. I'll offer it afterwards, but it'll be also entirely up to the speakers whether they want any part of their session to be available outside anywhere afterwards as well.
Oh, okay. Well, this bit here won't be shared with anybody else, I presume.
No, I'm talking about the actual.
Yeah, because it's recording now. So
Yeah, well, that's just it recording, I guess. It's recording
Yeah.
mode, but no, when it
Okay.
starts.
Okay, and you'll be keeping an eye on the waiting room because we won't be on all morning. We'll just log in ahead of
No,
Greg Stone's presentation.
sure. I'll be here all day. So that's fine.
Okay, well, good luck.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Jack.
See you in a few hours then.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for agreeing and everything else. All the best.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing Greg Stone's presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, thanks. Goodbye. Okay. Right. Yeah, speakers will hopefully join shortly. Oh, people are turning up from there. Okay. Looks like I'm not letting that person. Okay. Letting people in. Sure. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thank you for joining, and we'll just wait as people join in before we get started. Okay, so just here, lost that person. Right. Few minutes. We'll start in a few minutes, just to give people a chance to log in. Thanks for your patience. Ah. Right. So a few minutes. Let's see if anybody else will join shortly. Mm. Okay, yes. Maybe people will join, and I'll just the session is going to be recorded anyway. But yes, thanks for okay. Right, thanks. So as I said, just waiting to see if people will join in time. Hopefully they will. I know it's still a few minutes early, but just to say that thanks for joining. Looks like the webinar presentation today, most of the speakers have confirmed, so that should be good. And yes, but today we'll only have the webinar on the 7th, as the co-host and the speakers have not confirmed for the 9th. So just to confirm today for the 7th, but we do have some of the speakers were just on a technical call earlier, and they were confirming that they're good to go this afternoon with sessions such as seabed mining and everything else. So hopefully you've all had a chance. So hopefully those attending have had a chance to check out the agenda, most recent agenda as confirmed. So today we will have sessions hopefully on, I might as well start shortly on the South Pacific Ocean Blue Economy webinar. And then we'll be moving on to sessions in aquaculture, Institute of Marine Resources, coral gardeners, coral farming, then moving on to what PACE SD and some postgrad researchers are doing here at the university, local marine management area network, followed by Italki Woman in Conservation, Institute of Applied Sciences, a session on seabed mining for people in favor and against after lunch, and then of course a session on tourism, among other areas. So today should hopefully be a broad area with all the sessions hopefully recorded on demand, and then of course broadcast to possible areas. There has been some potential interest also in media presence that may join later to being followed on possibly in Fiji and Tonga, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands and so on, but we'll see how things go. Okay, so I'm hoping others will turn up later in the session, but thanks to those who are joining. Yes, hopefully people are managing to access this session earlier, so I'll try giving my presentation now, and hopefully that will have an impact. So thank you. Right, so today I'm just going to start. Right, so anyway, thanks. Right, so okay, so we're moving on to the blue economy. Right, so what is the blue economy? Why is it important? And how does it relate to USB and the South Pacific? So the South Pacific, encompasses over 39 square million kilometers of oceans, over 8 million people, the marine resources, and everything else. And in the South Pacific, we have multiple opportunities that are developing. We have people talking about the development of giant marine protected areas, up to 30% by 2030, through initiatives such as the Fiji Local Marine Area Network, the Waite Institute Foundation, all sorts of other stakeholders. We have prospects and developments for seabed mining, which are being conducted by companies such as the Metals Company, Deep Green Metals, and others. That has been very controversially pushed out at the International Seabed Authority agenda. Countries such as Tonga are pushing ocean energy and wind, wave, currents, tidal, and so forth. Companies such as Walt Smith with his Aquaculture Development and Environment International. Camille Roquez of Coral Garden Farmers has been talking about coral farming and coral planting and restoration. And then there's moves by Seabed, by Fisheries Authority, to become increasingly more sustainable. Aside from that, we have, as I say, growing moves towards blue carbon, sustainable fisheries, and then, of course, new expeditions held by organizations such as the Waite Foundations, and incredible opportunities, apart from tourism and everything else. So, today, this is World Ocean Week, where we celebrate the opportunities associated with the ocean. Why is it important? Why does it matter? How do we create opportunities and prospects in that areas for our youth and other areas? And yeah, so why is the ocean important? Why does it matter? Well, for example, it's an incredible source of food, employment, recreational, trade, and otherwise. It's also a great opportunity for yeah, I mean, it's also a great opportunity for all sorts of other areas, such as it's the very food we live on, it's the very oxygen we breathe, the very energy and so on that we matter. And why is this so important? Well, we live in the South Pacific. It contributes in many cases, tuna fisheries, marine resources, tourism, pearls, and aquaculture. Contributes anywhere to places like Fiji, up to 20–30% of the economy, to places such as Micronesia, Kiribati, Tuvalu, Solomons, etc., and the Cook Islands, where it can produce up to 80–90% of their economy, especially including tourism. Of course, these are broad areas, and these broad areas are under threat. with incredible multiple opportunities. And these opportunities, these threats are hampered by the fact that we have very limited enforcement capacity. We only have a handful number of patrol boats. We only have limited numbers of people on the ground, but they are increasingly of interest to the world, whether through science, through indigenous knowledge, through awareness and protection against risks, and offsetting the pollution and other damages that people do. So, what is the difference between the ocean economy and the blue economy? Well, the ocean and the blue economy has multiple facets of interest. Those interests include, there's this growing narrative. What is the ocean economy? What is the blue economy? Now, the ocean economy has for hundreds of years been traditionally thought of, thousands of years thought of, and traditionally exploiting the opportunities that exist, where you just focus on short-term economic profit and exploitation. But exploitation, is no longer sustainable from the impact of illegal fisheries, from pollution, from climate change, and everything else. So we have this great concern and worry about, there's this growing move towards how do we maximize the benefits to local communities socially? How do we maximize and fairly? How do we maximize the long-term and economic benefits? How do we still be sustainable? And how do we maximize the environmental benefits while protecting indigenous knowledge and so on? So, yes, as part of this, people are recognizing that you have to quantify and value ecosystems and the blue economies. So everything from knowledge to protection of coastal resources to supplies of living resources, to aesthetic and tourism purposes, that people come here just to appreciate being in nature, to appreciate cultural heritage, nature, and so on. We rely on, in the South Pacific in particular, we rely on the sand, the minerals, the coral, the fish, the seaweed, the kelp, the algae, and everything else to survive. And it's important in terms of risks. Increasingly, this blue economy is increasing interest to the oceans. Having exploited the land a lot and running out of resources on the land, we're now turning towards mining the oceans. There's moves such as Global Seabed 2030, where they're trying to map all the world's entire oceans. So, people are recognizing that it contributes between 1.5 to 3 trillion every year. It could generate up to $23 trillion by 2050 and get the highest returns on investment, whether it's offshore wind energy and shipping and so on. But why is it important? Well, there have been concerns that, projections from ocean acidification, climate change, and so on, so that over 90% of coral reefs might disappear and vanish. There's concerns about more plastic than fish in the oceans, and there are, of course, risks and concerns of illegal fisheries. Then there's also concerns about ecotourism and resorts, and the impacts that we have, not just for marine ecosystems, but the fact that without these marine ecosystems, we cannot have a blue economy. We cannot have economies and supply chains and trade. Over 90% of our trade supports such activities. So what are the main, so in this today in this session, we'll be hearing about, later on this afternoon, we'll be hearing from, some of the major risks and threats and concerns. So we have, what are they? Including things like climate change, whether the higher projections of increased number, the increased duration or time period that many events are going to last, and of course the increased impact of these events. We've had the COVID-19 pandemic. We have the worry about migration, human population growth, which is often silent, but many South Pacific Island nations have very limited capacity to resolve. Then of course there's pollution, and these giant Pacific garbage patches out in the North and South Pacific, which are stretching for approaching the size of Australia. And of course, many marine and invasive species are clinging to those. Many species are dying or getting choked or entangled in ghost fishing nets that get abandoned. Then, of course, illegal fisheries contributes $17 to $25 billion in the South Pacific. Then there's also concerns about illegal erosion of sand and minerals and the coral that we need that's going on for the building trade, the dredging to reclaim land against climate change and so on that's happening in other areas. And then, of course, other threats which threaten species loss and so on. Then, of course, we don't know what's going to happen, whether technology will help save us or make things worse, the environment, the economy, and so on. And then, of course, as I've seen with this post in Samoa, pollution at the top of Robert Louis Stevenson's tomb, this stuff can last for ages. Glass bottles can last up to 2 million years before they decompose. Diapers can last up to 500 years. Plastic bottles can take over 450 years to decompose, but in their natural environment. Of course, the biggest risk of all is human apathy and indifference, because if we don't make an effort and we don't try, then of course, who knows what might happen. So, there's huge benefits to acting against them, and I won't go into detail, but, there's economic, social, environmental, and of course, protecting traditional knowledge, human capacity, improve health, quality of life, and then of course, the chance to get innovation, skills, research, education, and opportunities. At the moment, we have a currently negotiated debate for plastic pollution and others for microplastics and so on going on. So these are huge major threats that are going on. But the great news about this is that there are increased innovations, increased opportunities, and great sources to make a living. So aside from that, I've mentioned about the 30% by 2030 initiative, where they're going to protect up to 30% of land and coastal marine resources. Is a growing move there's the new High Seas Level Treaty, which is allowing for funding to protect biodiversity and create new marine protected areas and compensate indigenous communities through these measures to restore conservation and ecosystems, to offset carbon emissions and so on, protect indigenous knowledge and allow for that to be traditional medicines, traditional cosmetics, traditional food sources to get opportunities. Then, of course, we have the fourth and fifth industrial revolutions, where we rely on increased data surveillance, technology, the Internet of Things, remote sensing and working, so that we can use technology for greater enforcement, for greater knowledge, for greater gathering of risks, data, and so on. Then there's move towards alternative fuels, such as liquefied natural gas, seaweed and algae, ethanol from sugarcane, and hydrogen and other alternative fuels. There's also the move towards remote working and the COVID-19 pandemic, which means that we no longer have to physically be available in order to conduct surveys, technology research, and so on. There's a great increased investment in innovations and technology, funding, opportunities, and then of course we can move to things like the green and circular economy and recycle waste. So it's a really great opportunity. Aside from that, as I say, we have opportunities for the blue economy. We can also look at new opportunities which are developing in offshore wind energy, marine renewable energy, seabed mining, biotechnology, ocean governance, research and development, mariculture and aquaculture, which we'll hear about more today, ecotourism, marine protected areas, and so many more opportunities. So they're great ways of getting jobs, employment, innovation, solving the world's problems, and other things out. So when we're talking about ocean awareness, yes, there are great problems, but there are also great opportunities. So aside from some of the other risks and concerns, well, at the moment, in the broader Pacific region, there are concerns with military bases and the growing militarization of the Pacific, where China and the Solomon Islands, there have been concerns. Australia has just created a maritime surveillance center in Nandi, Fiji, and the Black Rock Peacekeeper Camp also. And there's this growing pressure towards increasing military alliances, creating nuclear submarines in Australia, military alliances and bases, and trade agreements in the South Pacific. And then, of course, arguments further afield in Taiwan. there's the controversy that Japan wants to dump over 1 billion liters of nuclear waste from its Fukushima and other power plants, which could affect tuna fisheries. Then there've been arguments over boundary disputes and everything else. There've been concerns over illegal migration and people smuggling, like women and children getting drug trafficked off the north coast of Fiji and other Pacific islands, ending up in the sex trade. Then there's been human rights abuses reported with fishery observers. So there are real concerns. Then, of course, here in Fiji, we have the Lautoka yacht incident, where even a crisis in the Ukraine can affect trade, sanctions, and other implications right here in Fiji, where we had to hand over the yacht to the Americans, even though it's miles away from the Russians. Then, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, how do we recover with reduced tourism opportunities, which we've seen in the Cook Islands, for example. They have less funding available. It shrunk their economy by 60–70%. Hundreds of people got unemployed in the Cook Islands, so they are now turning controversially to areas like seabed mining. And then, of course, other incidents such as Vanuatu from cybersecurity, the recent cyclones they had there, the Tonga tsunami last year, and then, of course, potential issues in Papua New Guinea and East Timor. So, you know, there are many opportunities out there, and this webinar, my initial webinar here is to just give you an overview of some of the opportunities. We'll hear more about the different areas today of what can be done, but, you know, there's more that you can find out from the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner, which lists a database of a lot of the initiatives going on in the Pacific. The Asian Development Bank are providing funding under their initiative. World Bank have got funding available. There's the Marine Protected Area Atlas, which are coming up with you know, news on marine protected areas. There's Stop Illegal Fishing campaign on fisheries, Seabed Authority on seabed mining, and the Waite Institute and the Blue Prosperity Coalition, which are looking to try and get more marine protected areas, more scientific research, but also to try and acquire data and information from local communities for potentially commercialization and other benefits. So there are more benefits. So, you know, there's more news about financing and everything else. There's more information available on my website, blueeconomyfuture.org.za, and others about the different kinds of careers that can be, you know, done. There's all sorts of opportunities which we'll hear about, which can report to graduates. Recently, I've heard, for example, here in Fiji, that Captain Cook Cruises are looking to hire more graduates for the tourism industry and conservation. There's move from coral gardeners and others to push coral farming in Fiji and Caledonia. There's movements in aquaculture and seaweed, ornamental aquarium trade. There's tourism, restoring marine parks and services, rangers, researchers, biotechnicians, fixing ecosystems, diving, and other opportunities. There's also opportunities not just in aquaculture, but offshore energy, ocean energy, seabed mining, oil and gas, although that's becoming less sustainable, seabed mining, although that's controversial, and, you know, just supporting the jobs in many different areas along with tourism. Then there's the research, education, training needed to do so. You know, places such as University of South Pacific are constantly not only creating graduates, but also looking to employ people, along with some of the NGOs, the tourism industry, and everything else. And then, of course, recycling waste in the circular economy. The other great news is that, you know, there's increase in interest in impact investors. For example, I've created on my LinkedIn network a profile list of, you know, over several hundred impact investors that are looking to fund startups and innovations, looking to fund marine protected areas and community developments, looking to fund creating existing businesses, sustainable opportunities, or other areas of investments, or even up to the point of creating blue bonds, such as here in Fiji or in Niue in their Ocean Now campaign, where they're looking to use sustainable financing mechanisms. So if you've got a great idea, the good news is these investors and others are traditionally have been looking at other areas, but now they're looking at this area. Plus, there's an increase in aid, donor aid, increase in scholarships and training, increase in other opportunities. So that is the good news about this area. If you want to find out more about innovation and incubators, these are some of the global networks and competitions and opportunities. I'm part of the World Ocean Council Network, and we've set up regular webinars and sessions with the World Ocean Council, and to do so. And you'll be here, and possibly you'll hear more about that later on. There's also, you know, Sustainable Ocean Alliance Accelerator, World Economic Forum, Uplink Challenge, and these, you know, these are different initiatives that are, you know, if you've got an entrepreneurship or an idea, you know, there are ways of doing so. Yeah, so there's just one moment, I'm getting messages here, so right, hang on. Thing about co-hosting at the same time, right? So thanks. Yeah, so there's great opportunities in the accelerator incubator network. As I say, and there's also great opportunities. I mean, we're moved shortly on to hearing about aquaculture and tourism and other areas, but you know, there's also some great areas that can be created under, you know, for example, you can take waste and you can make products such as, you know, anything from backpacks to fishing gear, to clothing and sand and shoes, to boats, to furniture, to packaging, to manhole covers. Those corrugated iron roofs that we get here in the South Pacific that have moved away from thatch could actually be made out of recycled plastic. It's cheap, it's durable, it lasts forever. It's pretty effective against the rain. So yeah. And then of course, all sorts of things can be made. And I've given some examples here of places in Africa that are working to take it. So I just give the example of waste to say that we can take a problem and turn it into a solution or an opportunity, given that when I've been to places such as Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands, the highest point on land is their garbage patches, which can be up to 5 meters high, just of garbage. So yeah, it's all about taking opportunities, taking shipwrecks, for example, and turning them into artificial reefs, such as in the Solomon Islands, where they're talking about measures such as coral planting, running electric currents, and other ways, cloning, cell cloning, and other methods to try and get coral reefs to be fixed. Then, of course, aquaculture and mariculture, where you can link seaweed, crustaceans, shellfish, and fish species all together in the same offshore or onshore facilities. And then, of course, things such as, you know, solar-powered drones to clean up the garbage and sensors to pick up more data. And I've created a database of over 1,000 entrepreneurs that I've personally linked to who are doing great things and solutions. So encourage you also on LinkedIn and websites. So now that I'm running out of time, let me just move on to highlighting what we're doing here briefly at the University of South Pacific, although we have sessions later on from the Institute of Marine Resources, aquaculture coming up, tourism, and Institute of Applied Sciences, and some of the other great areas that we're doing here at the University of South Pacific. So here in the University of South Pacific, which we like to say is the main regional organization outside of, you know, Hawaii and Australia, to actually do this, we have a Bachelor in Marine Management for anybody who wants to find out about the social, economic policies, the risks, the opportunities, areas from ports to shipping, to tourism, to aquaculture, to ocean energy, to seabed mining, to biotechnology, marine protected areas, and so on. Then, of course, we have a Bachelor in Marine Science for the scientists out there, and you can learn anything from coral reefs to ecology, conservation, pollution, toxicology, aquaculture, mariculture, and other developments. USB is also currently undertaking a maritime review, and we're hoping in the future to look at new programs such as a Bachelor in Marine Ecosystem Restoration, Conservation, Innovation, and so on. And then apart from one that focuses on marine protected areas, conservation, restoration, and so on, we may be looking at a Bachelor in Maritime Innovation in Industry and Technology and the Fifth Industrial Revolution, which takes technological solutions, the maritime sector, industry, and sees how we can become more digitally prepared and aware, future-proof against disruptions. So, yeah, I won't go into detail, but there are huge scholarship opportunities under the PIOMP program, the seabed mining industry, USB funding from Norway under MPOC and other opportunities. Also, if you want to get more active, there's initiatives in illegal fisheries, in protecting the Antarctic, in pollution, Sustainable Ocean Alliance linked to seabed mining, Ocean Foundation against seabed mining, and others. And then, of course, great NGOs doing some really interesting work. So, you know, they're just all sorts of opportunities. So thank you very much. I won't go over time here, but yes, please feel free to reach out if you've got any questions. And thank you for, yeah, thanks very much. And feel free to be in touch at any time. So sorry, there've been people, as I say, wanting to join, but I've been doing it as well at the time, so that's why we're, you know, multitasking. But the good news is these sessions will be hopefully recorded as well, and the links can be shared too. So thank you. The next on our program or our agenda is Dr. Rajesh Prasad, who is the University of the South Pacific's lecturer and expert, in fact, in aquaculture and mariculture. And he'll be giving us a good talk, presentation today about, you know, this area and the great opportunities and how USB and aquaculture link to it. He's welcome to introduce more about himself, or you can check more on the profile. But thank you, Dr. Prasad, over to you.
Thank you, Jack. Can you hear me? Yeah. I have one thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, so great. I'll go into sharing the screen. Just a second, full screen, share screen, and here we go.
Thanks.
Right, can you see that? Can everybody see that?
Yes, I can.
A lot of people are muted, so okay, so you can, and you can hear me, so I'm hoping that everybody can hear me. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being participants or attending, and yeah, and thank you, Jack, for a great introduction and why oceans are so important. We treat it, you know, as part of our lives in the Pacific, because we are so dependent on it. And one of the new innovations, or I mean, developments that has been around, but I mean, in more recent times, it has taken a prominent place, is aquaculture. And you know, everybody would know the importance of aquaculture and what aquaculture constitutes, but I will go into some of this and how it can benefit our communities and the oceans and on the whole. So the contents of my talk this morning is what is aquaculture, the importance and benefits, the global aquaculture, Pacific aquaculture, and what we do at USP. In very simple terms, aquaculture is basically the practice of farming or culturing aquatic. When I say aquatic, generally I use it for the meaning both freshwater and marine. So aquatic animals and plants using various methods and techniques. There are a whole lot of other definitions, more technical definitions that are around. A very good one has been devised by the FAO, but for our purposes now, I think that suits for the time being. So farming of culturing aquatic animals, and the animals and plants or their products are generally utilized in the main for food or cosmetic additives. There are some medicinal drugs coming out of some of the things, and I've got a small example saying there, Yondelis is an anti-cancer drugs from sponges and bryozoans and ascidians that have been successfully aquacultured. And then, of course, you have the aesthetic side of things on aquariums and jewelry, so more on beautifying ourselves and our environment. The most important reason for aquaculture around the world is mainly to produce food. So high demand for seafood. And for that reason, aquaculture is one of the fastest growing food production sector. And understandably so, because with how the climate and weather is changing, the traditional means of producing food in the terrestrial environment is getting rather difficult. So there I've shown some pictures there, some of the aquatic animals that are currently in production here in the Pacific, particularly mainly in Fiji. But every Pacific island has got some kind of aquaculture, especially the bigger ones. And we'll go more into that in the later part of the talk. So going into why is aquaculture important? As I said, food production and food security, that's the most important impetus for that. And then when you're producing things and you are selling things, you're consuming things, then of course it brings about the economic benefits of earning and livelihoods, and people are doing it for business. For example, the pearl oyster aquaculture or giant clam aquaculture, prawn aquaculture, or every aquaculture can be turned into an entrepreneurship or business. And then, of course, when there are ventures, then of course it creates employment. For our purpose today, aquaculture is a very important sector that can assist the ocean sustainability. If we are producing food and organisms or animals that we consume as food in a farm, then our dependence on the natural production becomes all reduced. So in that way, we can do sustainable aquaculture, provided we're looking at taking consideration of the environment, but we are producing food, and that in the end indirectly helps the ocean. Aquaculture, if done sustainably and thoughtfully, then it has got not a very big impact on the environment as compared to agriculture, where there has been a lot of fertilizer use, herbicide use, pesticide use, which can be, of course, very harmful to all the organisms, regardless of whether they are on land or in the rivers or in the oceans. And aquaculture can develop even bigger because we, in the Pacific here, And all around the world, we have got more ocean than land area. And the coastal and inshore areas, which are ideal for aquaculture, all around the smaller islands, there's a lot of inshore zones where aquaculture can be done. And then once we are producing aquaculture, then it also builds resilience against climate change and weather. Terrestrial agriculture is very vulnerable to the climate change, because in some places we can now see there is lots of floods or droughts on the other hand, and that destroys a lot of the agricultural products. Livestock farming also requires a lot of water that is fresh water, and in places like Australia, South America, when there is the drought period, you see a lot of animals dying, and that does not, produce enough to serve the demand. Whereas with aquaculture, we can, because we can recycle the water, and if we are doing it in the sea, then we have got unlimited supply of water, provided we keep the water around our islands in the inshore areas clean and pollution free. So these are some of the reasons why aquaculture is important. Let's go and look into very quickly into the global aquaculture. And what I would like you to particularly pay attention to is the years and how quickly aquaculture has grown all around the world. So the aquaculture part is this slightly pink and a darker purple color. The aquaculture in the slightly lighter pink is from marine waters, and the darker purple color is in the inland waters, as you can see labeled there. And what also I would like you to pay attention to, you can see this is the fisheries. The fisheries that we go and we capture from the natural sources, whether it be the sea or the fresh water, and look at this and this. Now this is becoming bigger than what this is. So basically, aquaculture is almost overtaking what we can do, and you can see the capture fisheries is doing. So you can see there are lots of this, and it is so basically our oceans cannot sustain or the kind of capture or fisheries that we have been accustomed to in the past, whatever number of years. Aquaculture is becoming the answer to solve the problem. Moving into the Pacific, we in the Pacific are among the biggest consumers of fish and seafood products in the world. So amongst the highest, as far as, as much as 65 to 70 kilograms per person, there's a whole lot of different figures that have been quoted. And in one report I have seen, it says, about 115 kilograms per person per year. And I wouldn't be surprised, in places like Kiribati, Tuvalu, and some of our smaller atoll countries in the Pacific, their main source of food is from the ocean and the coastal zones. And rightly so, because we have been living in the Pacific for a while now. And before the agricultural revolution came, a lot of our food came from the oceans. While the populations of the Pacific Island nations are not so big, the exploitation of fisheries is relatively high, particularly in the inshore coastal areas, because it is accessible a lot of our population live on the coasts, and basically everyone has the access to go, and you would see a lot of our women folk, even younger children will be out there on the coast at low tide picking things for their food. Also artisanal, which means they sell it on a local level. And then we have the commercial fishing ventures, fishing out there, out in the offshore areas, plus the reef areas. So when you go to the market, you see a lot of these things. All of the fish are mainly reef fish caught from the reefs. And that's evident all over the Pacific. One of the major reasons why we are starting to see that our coastal fisheries are declining and getting depleted is because we do not have that kind of regulations and laws like developed countries, for example, Australia, where you see there are laws regarding the capture of all types of fishes and seafood products. So our regulations and laws are a bit weak, and then at the same time we do not have the capacity to enforce the law, and that has led to things like undersized capture, right? And because we are a bit lenient, because a lot of people are living in the maritime areas and in the rural remote areas, regardless of the fact they live on the coast, but their main source of livelihood is by selling some of these things that they catch. And I think the better word instead of disregard would be ignorance of sustainability issues. So most of our people are not so aware of sustainable issues. So you see a lot of crabs when you go out to the market, and that's one of the things that I'm really concerned about. The amount of undersized crabs being sold. And now when you go out to the markets, well, what you see is a lot of the prawn sellers, particularly those ones coming from the inshore areas. I'm not talking about the small shrimps, but these ones like the prawns, the freshwater prawns, and the tiger prawns and the other types of prawns. The sizes in those hips are starting to get smaller, which basically means we are not allowing the animals to grow, and we are harvesting them. And we know what has happened to the sea cucumber fishery in Fiji and some of the other Pacific islands. So which basically means we have gone out and fished a whole lot of the animals, and some of the populations have become or seriously under threat and becoming unviable. And sea cucumber is one of them. So in those regards, aquaculture can then help in providing the food and also maintenance of the species. So aquaculture please, Jack, if I'm going over time or I'm coming close to my time, let me know. I'm not worrying about, sorry. So compared to the rest of the world, aquaculture in the Pacific Islands is quite small. And one of the reasons is we did not do aquaculture, traditionally. So we are not very aware of the means and methods and the procedures and the practices. Because we had plentiful supply from our oceans, so we didn't need to, farm animals in the past. The other reason why aquaculture is pretty small in the Pacific Islands is lack of capacity. We do not have enough trained people. We are not so much aware of entrepreneurship, but that is coming up now. There is a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, and aquaculture can be done in a small, medium enterprises. A lot of people did not have startup capital to start aquaculture. Now that is also probably getting solved in some of the countries, particularly Fiji, where we have got these schemes where we can help people to start up new entrepreneurship. The other major problem was space ownership, traditional land. So getting leases to do aquaculture on the coast is going to be a bit of a hard thing for any business person, but it is very easy for the owners of the land to actually go out and form partnerships and start doing those aquaculture ventures, or start up the aquaculture ventures. And also we have a bit of problem in the Pacific. When I look at the whole Pacific, or consider the whole Pacific, we have got infrastructure issues. While we have many islands where aquaculture can be done, but infrastructure is not regular services by air or boat, and electricity for keeping our harvests, and also getting the equipment and gear into place. It takes a bit of a time. However, since the 1950s, tilapia and oysters were probably the first ones to become getting farmed, particularly starting with the fisheries people. And then in the 80s, giant clams and gift tilapia and seaweeds were taken to some of the other countries. And there was a blossoming industry from there, but not very large. And then in the more recent times, from 90 onwards, we have got marine prawns, pearl oysters, seaweed, and our production levels have been fluctuating. Sometimes we do a lot, but recently, we haven't, actually produced so much that our production level can be compared to the global production levels. So when we compare ourselves, the whole of the Pacific region, on the FAO data, we are classified as Oceania, but in the Oceania region, Australia and New Zealand are also counted. So if we take them out of the equation, then our production is almost negligible. So we have to, look into how we can improve that, and because the benefits are there. So currently, there's been work going on with edible oyster aquaculture. The pearl oyster aquaculture is becoming business, and I think one of the speakers after me will talk about pearl oysters and how it benefits in the blue economy. The seaweed culture is also one of the good ones because it helps in the cleanup of the oceans while we produce material that is exported. So it is a good earner for communities and individuals and for companies if they want to start into that or look into that. In the Pacific Islands, we have got, as the pictures show, we have got very pristine conditions, and they're very ideal for mariculture and inland aquaculture. When we say mariculture, we're talking about, doing aquaculture in the marine environment, and then inland aquaculture, of course, we look at, either ponds or rivers or streams. And therefore, because of our pristine environment, we have a potential for producing very hygienic, disease-free, pollution-free seafood products that we can get ticked off as healthy products coming out of the Pacific, and that will be a selling key point. And there are some species, or some of the species are quite easy to farm. For example, the edible oysters, arc shells, example, the kaikoso, sea cucumbers, even tilapia is not a very hard thing to farm, because some of the bivalves and the echinoderms, even sea urchins, are a highly valuable product. We don't have to feed them. As long as we can produce enough young or the babies, in the aquaculture terms, we call them post larvae or spat or fry or fingerlings when it comes to fish. When we can produce them, we can produce enough of them, so through hatcheries, then we can stock these animals into the natural environment and if we can somehow, claim ownership, so if we can fence, small areas in the inshore areas and do the sea cucumbers. There's been a trial going on in Tonga, where they have been doing it. I don't know what has happened to that site or that farm after the tsunami they had. But in any case, there are opportunities to do aquaculture in all of the Pacific Islands. Currently at USP, we have got one third year aquaculture or third year level aquaculture course called Aquaculture in the Pacific Island Countries. And we have one postgraduate level course, which is a project-based training in aquaculture. We get students to select aquaculture related topics and go and do the project under supervision, which helps them, get some hands-on training as well as scientific experience. I have plans, and our discipline has plans to develop the aquaculture course, more aquaculture courses at undergraduate level. So hopefully we can, in a few years' time, we can offer degrees, Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture, Marine Science. So we are looking at the options at the moment. For research, MSc and PhD students can come and do aquaculture topics or any aquaculture topics. But some of the ones that we have been doing in the recent past have been development of feeds in aquaculture and using local ingredients. Have several students who have been looking at feeds. And then one of my interests is looking at some of the native species for aquaculture, because most of our species that we are doing, particularly with the fish and prawns, we are doing ones that have been introduced. Although tilapia, which is one of the main ones in Fiji, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, has been around for quite some time now. I think introduced in the late 40s, 1940s and early 1950s. And then various strains have been brought in to improve. So the one that we are doing in Fiji and Samoa and Vanuatu is the Niloticus, which is a gift strain. And the
Okay. Sorry, I cannot hear Rajesh anymore. Rajesh, is anybody hearing anything?
No, Jack.
All right, hi. I don't know if we've lost Rajesh. I don't know if anybody else can hear him. I don't know what happened. But anyway, thanks. I think it was sort of wrapping up there anyway. Yes, I was letting him speak for longer than scheduled because I don't know what happened to our speaker, Justin Hunter, who was going to talk about pearl aquaculture. Otherwise, that's why I let Rajesh speak for half an hour. We appear to have lost him, but thanks. I think it's time for our next speaker anyway. Thank you very much, Rajesh, or thanks to everybody for that fascinating talk on aquaculture. And of course, it's greatly important to hear at USP and the South Pacific. So coming up next, we're going to hear from Joachim Kitelela and the others at the Institute of Marine Resources, and they will be informing us about the great opportunities and the various research projects and initiatives that they are working here in the South Pacific for the Institute of Marine Resources. So thanks. Over to you, Joachim, and I'll let you explain more on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Jack, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen and I can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And thank you for organizing this webinar, Jack. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Joachim Kitolele, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Institute of Marine Resources. So the outline of my presentation, first I'll introduce the Institute of Marine Resources, our new MOOC course on SDG 14, education and training in the Pacific Island countries, research in the Pacific Island countries, and then I conclude from there. So our World Ocean will be celebrating World Ocean Day tomorrow. And the World Ocean Day reminds every one of us the major role the ocean have in our everyday life. Let me just start by giving you some background information. The World Ocean Celebration started in 2009, 14 years ago. Just imagine, it was proposed in 1992 in the Rio de Janeiro during the Earth Summit. So it took 17 years. So it was not a priority for the countries to really celebrate oceans. And this year, the message for the World Ocean Day is to put ocean first. And if we think back here in the Pacific, we have been celebrating the ocean through our customs and also our cultures. This by recognizing the value of the ocean and its species. For example, in my village, we celebrated the spawning of mullet or kanade. And in other parts of the Pacific, we have the mbalolo or palolo worms. And this is known as the caviar of the South Pacific. And people, they really dressed up for this occasion. They wear salu-salu or strong smelling oils and perfumes and garlands. And the idea was to attract the mbalolo. And also we have when families return from, say, for example, for fishing trips with good catch, the families, they use a lot of good fishing methods and techniques. And when they come back with a good fishing trip, they celebrate with their families. And also this is part of their religion. So when they pray, they thank the ocean. And I think we really need to celebrate the ocean and also look back at our cultures and our customs and also our religion. So this photo here, as you can see on the screen, this was taken in Tuvalu 3 weeks ago. One of my colleague, communication officer Lore, who went to Tuvalu and take this photo. And these are two fisherwomen and a man using the ocean to catch fish for their food. So this is a very important photo for me to see. And it's, when we think of the ocean, it provides good food. And I think we always divert from that. And many of the photos that we use now in World Ocean Day, we focus on species and the environment. But we would like to use this photo for this particular issue, that humans are the main cause of our problems. The UN Secretary General, his message, he mentioned that we should be the ocean's best friend. But right now, humanity is its worst enemy. Human-induced climate change is heating our planet, disrupting the weather patterns in ocean currents and altering our marine ecosystems and the species that live among them. So today and every day, our message is to let the ocean first. Okay, so now let's introduce about our institute, the Institute of Marine Resources. Look back in time, this institute was established in 1978. And that's way before I was born. And it focused on the marine resources and the importance of the ocean. And from that, this institute was relocated to the Solomon Islands in 1995. and then moved back to Fiji in 2000. And our institute is able to work closely with the Marine Studies program, supplementing them with their teachings, collaborating on some projects, and thus helping to achieve critical mass of USP staff engaged in marine topics, such as aquaculture that was being presented before. Though it is not a teaching arm of the university, this Institute of Marine Resources tries to contribute also to undergraduate teaching and post-grad supervision within the Marine Studies program. So as you can see in this photo, we have a small team. So this includes our IMR staff and our PhD and master student studying on interesting topics that is relevant to us in the Pacific, from climate change, pollutions, to traditional knowledge, important resources such as tuna and keystone species. So in this, we are trying to put the ocean first and thinking about global situation and trying to act local in the Pacific. So IMR is dedicated to the sustainable management and the development of the marine and coastal resources in the Pacific. And it delivers research and consultancies output, technical analysis, and so forth. So we are housed in the Sangyons, which is the School of Agriculture, Geography, Environment, and Ocean and Natural Resources. So we have a program on USP Pacific European Union Marine Partnership Program. And this is supported by the European Union and the government of Sweden. And we are very fortunate because it has aimed to build sustainable fisheries in the Pacific region. So this overall program, it supports sustainable management and development and economic growth while addressing climate change, resilience, conservation of biodiversity. And our main objective is to build capacity through education, research, training, and development for key stakeholders in fisheries and marine resource management. So our donor, we would like to thank our donor. I think some of them are part of this webinar. The European Union and the government of Sweden. We have a value of European 5.7 million for this particular component. So we're not working in silo, since the Pacific is a big ocean. So we work also with other Pacific community, which is SPC, foreign fisheries agencies such as FFA, SPREP, and also other institutions or other organizations such as WWF and locally managed marine areas. So our target countries, we're looking at 15 member countries from Cook Islands all the way to Timor-Leste and Vanuatu. And it was fortunate enough that our project was being extended from July 2019. So the key results area, what we actually looking at. So this work is just a bit similar to what the UN agencies are doing. They are involved in trying to achieve the SDG targets. But here in the Pacific, we have our regional organizations that are trying to achieve also SDG targets and have good sustainable fisheries management. So here in the KR1, high quality scientific and management advice for oceanic fisheries provided and utilized. So SPC is the lead agency in this. For the second one, inclusive economic benefits from sustainable tuna fishing increase. So this is FFA. FFA, they mainly looking after tuna. Also, we have sustainable management of coastal fisheries, resources, and ecosystem improve. SPC, IUU, illegal unregulated fishing, which is number 4 that is mentioned here. This is also FFA with main partner WWF. And we have also SPREP involved in this KR number 5 on sustainable utilization of the coastal and marine biodiversity promoted. And our work is on KR6, which mainly focus on capacity building, which is highlighted here through education, training, and research, and development for key stakeholders group in fisheries and marine resource management. So our key results area of KR6 is to improve access to fisheries and marine education and training. I'll explain this more as we move on. And also increase in region capacity, develop and decrease needs for experts from outside the region. So if you think back of the photo that I used, our team is mainly experts or researchers from the region. And also to create more local business and enhance marine research collaboration, increase also of women access to senior fisheries and marine sector position. So in commemoration of this World Ocean Day, which will be tomorrow, the University of the South Pacific, Pacific European Union Marine Partnership Project, we would like also to introduce this USP very first online course on SDGs. And this has been a long time coming. So this SDG will particularly focus on SDG 14, life below water. And we think that today and every day, let's put the ocean first. So let's put the ocean first by having SDG or other ocean courses to be part of the university curriculum or part of those short courses. And this SDG online MOOC course is a massive open online course or MOOC that will deliberate on the 10 targets under SDG 14. And so these are around the aspects of ocean conservation and sustainability. So you can register. This the registration link from tomorrow, and this course will be offered from the 1st of July. And this course will focus on the 10 targets. I hope that most of us are aware of the 10 targets. 14.1, we look at how to reduce marine pollution. 14.2, how to protect and restore ecosystem, reduce ocean acidification, sustainable fishing, conserve and marine areas, target 14.5, and subsidies contributing to overfishing, increase the economic benefits from sustainable use of marine resources, increase in knowledge, scientific knowledge of research and technology for ocean health. Most important also, this is very important for us, is to support small-scale fishes and implement and enforce international sea law. So these are very important targets that I think that need to be introduced for people to know about these targets, because around 194 member countries, they support this SDG 14 target. So we have a duty to try and solve or reduce these kinds of problems that are happening to us. Therefore, I think World Ocean Day is very important. So it reminds us of our duty. And then I look onto the education and training part. We focus a lot on technical and vocational training and continuing professional development. Why is this? One of the main reasons, if you go to the Pacific or if you visit to the Pacific, most of the people that are working in the government or in other organizations, they have mainly bachelor degrees or below that. So therefore, it is important to conduct this kind of training to suit our Pacific people. And this training, it covers short courses that are designed to enhance workplace skills. It also improves employability skills for those that are already employed. This is from project management. There's a lot of grants for grant writing, seafood quality, seafood business skills, including value chain analysis, community-based fisheries management, and traditional canoe building and sailing. And also certificates, we work closely with Pacific TAFE and PUM implementing partners to upgrade new courses that are developed, as well as the delivery of fisheries and fisheries related programs and courses already offered by ESP. So this development is more on a lifelong learning pathways for marine professionals and mapping of career pathways. So it is very important for us to have these types of training. So we have this new and accredited Pacific Ocean Finance Certificate program, mainly to look at ocean natural capital, ocean financial mechanism, marine ecosystem services and decision making, and ocean project assessment and management. So this kind of Pacific Ocean finance is really important. This kind of course. So now I look at a few of the courses that we have, or we are developing for you to have like a kind of understanding of what IMR, Institute of Marine Resources, has been doing. And we have this particular one. This is more on a community training. It's on the financial literacy training or money minded. So we work with ANZ Bank. So this training is mainly for fisheries communities. And in the community, they mainly catch a lot of good and valuable resources, but keeping their money, this is another challenge. And this course, it looks after planning for the future, how they see their future, and also how to make money last until payday, to identify the needs and wants. Budgeting, they learn how to do a budget, and also assertiveness, how to say no to many things that they might lose their money. And in the village, during our last trip, they always say about one day rich. You know, they get their money, they spend it. So some of them, they always say in Fijian, ilabo mai wai, which means money comes from the sea. It goes back fast back to the sea. So therefore, this kind of financial literacy is very important to the community. And also this kind of training, it suits the community education level, and it's very interactive, so community can easily relate to this kind of trainings. Also, we have the establishing and operating a small scale seafood business. If you, even in many towns and communities in the Pacific, we have a lot of informal market. You can come this week, there is a market, and if you come the following week, that market is missing. And this is because those vendors that are there, they do not really know how to establish or operate a small seafood business. And also this to try to achieve a 14.7 SDG target, which is to increase economic benefit for Pacific Island countries. So this course mainly to analyze their market environment for seafood business. How well will they operate? What are the challenges that they face? And also they formulate strategies, setting up or improving, expanding a seafood business, you know, how they can improve, and also develop a business plan for a small seafood business. And so this is very important, I think, for us in the Pacific, especially those that do not get white-collar jobs, that they are able to operate a small seafood business. So in these photos, you can see that there are students that have graduated from this particular course. Also on climate change, we have this certificate in resilience. on climate change adaptation and risk reduction. So this qualification, it mainly provides learners with opportunities to engage into their workforce, also to coordinate and lead teams in communities and government agencies, to undertake monitoring and reporting of projects in resilience. Our countries, our leaders, they have been in their speech in high-level meetings or at the national or community level. They always say that climate change is the greatest threat of all time, and for us, Pacific Island countries. So therefore, this kind of course, or certificate will be important for us. Traditional canoe building. So this year we've able to collaborate with the Cook Islands Voyage Society. They were able to build 9 traditional canoes. So this through the Te Mana or Te Waka initiative. And also 2 years ago at Benga, there was also 9 canoes that were launched in Benga. So building or learning these types of canoe building is very important. This ensures that our Pacific Island tradition, it's ensuring our art form that actually, if you don't preserve it or if you don't pass it on, we might lose this kind of important knowledge or information. So this is important for us, especially as maritime islands. Also, we have this particular postgrad course on gender and environment. So this was actually launched earlier last year, late last year. And this also go along with the PUMP work that we also try to focus on gender and human rights-based approach. So interesting thing that you can look forward to. We have these 2 micro qualification that is ready for, or we're going to try for it to be endorsed. So the first is scale up community-based fisheries management in the Pacific. Most of our communities are managing their coastal environment from their communities. And another is on value chain analysis in the Pacific Islands. So this is important because communities also need to be aware of the different chains that, or the different channels that they have to see or to sell their products. So both of these is very important, and I will keep you up to date on this. So now let me look at the other area of our work, which is looking at research in the Pacific Islands. So one of our commodity or one of our research area is on octopus. So one of our colleague, Epeli, was able to publish a paper on octopus in Southwest Pacific region. And I think it is important for us Pacific Islanders to try and publish our work. So this is a research breakthrough with identification of key octopus species in the Southwest Pacific region. And octopus, it presents difficult resources to manage because of their relatively short lifespan, their rapid growth rates, high natural mortality, and seasonal fluctuation and abundance. And with exploitation efforts increasing worldwide, particularly in our Pacific Island region, so this kind of knowledge or knowledge gaps in biology, exploitation, and management remain. So therefore, I think it is also important for communities to be aware of this. So we have our communities here, always trying to use the resources, and for us researchers, we try to inform them on how to use it sustainably. So our tradition, and there's a lot of tradition and knowledge about octopus. So just a story that that I can maybe share. Last week, we conducted our research in one of our research site, and octopus in that community, there used to be stories that octopus usually come up to the land area and they eat the fruits of the pandanus. And so this is very interesting, because just imagine octopus coming to the land area and climbing a pandanus tree and eating fruit. So, but then there's more research that needed to be done about this particular species. And then we look at lobsters. So here we have another researcher that has been working on lobster for a period of 2 to 3 years, and it was fortunate that he was able to publish one of his findings, looking at the value chain of lobsters. So lobsters also is very important. You can easily go to the community or to the markets, or in the tourist areas, you can find lobsters, and it is important, therefore, to manage lobsters. Also, another research area is coconut crabs. So one of our researchers is working on this. Coconut crabs, its growth relatively slow. It takes about 5 to 6 years to become reproductively active. So in Vanuatu, it takes more than 10 years to reach legal size of 90 mm. So therefore, it is very important to manage lobster.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah, just if you don't mind, just sort of wrapping up these soon, and then I can let the next speaker, Camille, would like to present, if that's okay with you. You just
Okay,
wrap up,
sure.
please. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up, Jack. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's fine. No, just
And then we are just looking at sharks. Sharks is a very important species. It's also important to protect sharks, preserving the balance of the ocean ecosystems. And what we are doing in the community also is research awareness and reporting back to the communities. So it is very important for us to always communicate our work back to the communities. And we have to communicate it with a language that the communities can understand. And also the communities, they have the rights, and also they use the resources daily. And it's important to have the Talanoa session about our role as researchers and also the communities. And it is important to motivate our Pacific custodians and strengthen the connection and trust between us and the communities. So what I would like to say or conclude is that from the courses that I've mentioned, for the education and training and research, what we're doing is just a drop in the ocean. And our ocean, it covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, but over 80% of them remain unexploited. So our IMR work, it focuses on capacity building through our research, training, and education. And we're trying to put the ocean first in the region. And the integrated approaches is very important to addressing all these global changes and impacts to achieve these sustainable development goals. And I think integrated approaches are described as an all-encompassing process that harmonizes both economic, social, and environmental aspects. And the sustainability of marine resources and associated benefits are dependent on the people of the Pacific region, from us policy scientists to policymakers to local communities. And it is therefore crucial to empower individuals through our training on appropriate skill set that will enable them to conserve and sustainably manage their marine ocean. So the tides are changing, and my good colleague always say, let's go. Thank you very much, Jack. That's it from my side.
Okay, thank you very much, Joachim. It's great to see all the different projects, from the new course to the boat building to your work on marine mammals and other areas. And I highly encourage people to look at pursuing some of those options or letting others know about that. So great work. Thank you. Our next speaker is Camille Roquez. Camille from
Yes.
Okay, I was going to introduce you. Yes, our next speaker is Camille from Coral Gardeners, who will be presenting shortly about some of the initiatives for, coral aquaculture and other areas that we're looking at to introduce in Fiji and French Polynesia. So thanks. Over to you, Camille. Please feel free.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jack, for your introduction. So my name is Camille. I'm with Coral Gardeners. May I ask Kito Lele to stop sharing his screen so that I can share mine and share the presentation so that everybody can see it. So let's share. All right. Amazing. Can you guys all see the presentation right now?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah.
Should be good. Thanks.
Okay. And so first I wanted to thank you, Jack and USP, to allow Coral Gardeners to participate in this event on a very short notice. So I'm gonna try to keep my presentation very short and sweet, 20 minutes. And I'm gonna present the project in general, Coral Gardeners, and also what we are going to do and what is your next step in Fiji. So I don't know if some of you already know Coral Gardeners or not, but I'm gonna start with the beginning of the project as a way to me it's the first time we introduced the project to members of USP and in Fiji. So the project was born 5 years ago in French Polynesia. So actually our HQ is based in French Polynesia. And so it started with Titouan Bernico, our founder, that you can see at the center of this picture, and also sons of fishermen that were born from yeah.
Is to share that one, Lauren?
Can you? Sorry, I can hear. Jack?
Joachim, switch off your mic, please. Joachim.
Sorry? I'm hearing. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know who is speaking there. I'll mute.
I am hearing
whoever.
other participants speaking, so I just wanted to check that you can hear me, guys, and see the presentation. Okay, we good? Okay. So yeah, so the project was born in French Polynesia, and it was originated by Titouan and sons of fishermen over there. So basically, they were very young when they started the project, still in high school. And they were Titouan founder was born in the Tuamotu, so very remote places in French Polynesia. And as they were in high school and they were surfing the reef, they kind of noticed how bad the bleaching was in their home reef. So I think at the time they were 16, and it like touched them into like their soul. So they wanted to do something and act for the reef. So they went to meet like scientists at the GUM station and PhD level scientists and say like, okay, we are young, we want to do something about the reef. We notice it's bleaching, what we can do. And at that time, like the scientists from the Pre-Hub and GUM station replied like, okay, it's great, guys, but calm down, because first you need to like study marine biology and marine science, and then maybe you can do something about like restore the reef. And back then our founder like Titouan was like, okay, I kind of want to act now, and I don't want to spend 5 years studying before I can take action. So the strategy of he created coral gardeners, he creating the adoption program where you can adopt a coral and replant onto the reef, and then he sought for scientific advices. And coral gardeners started to work like this. So not studying PhD level before acting, but more like we want to act now, and we're gonna seek the scientific advice to do it in a like science backed up way, of course. But still try to not to spend too many years not acting, because the reef needs us, right? So the idea was to have like a different angle on ocean conservation and try to like revolutionize ocean conservation and create a global movement to save the reef. This is like because we wanted like the mission to start like before like quite in the moment, and not to like wait 10 years to be able to act. So they started like and for now, like today, as of today, since we started in Polynesia, we've been planting like 30,000 coral in Polynesia. And so we are doing nurseries, and then work with like the science behind it is like climate adapted coral. So we are like working around the idea of like resilient coral that can survive in hot pockets, and like translocating it to cooler areas so that they can have better chance to survive. So this is an example of like we try to communicate as best as we can globally and locally by impactful images to see like the discrepancy and the progress and the impact we can do with coral reef restoration. And so this is an example of like a before after that we did at our nursery in French Polynesia. So between 2021 and 2023, where you can see the coral are growing. And apart from the pure restoration work that we do, so our other second pillar of action is awareness. So the idea behind that is like, of course, we want to spread the message about coral reef restoration. We want to prove that it's working, and we want to inspire a younger generation as well. So there is like a global level of awareness where we would like through like social media to reach the global audience. For instance, like we are producing documentaries that we try to how would you say, like to launch and broadcast on a global level so that we can reach like a bigger, like a wider audience, let's say. So we will like collaborate with, for instance, we collaborate now with a documentary maker. Like we did a documentary about coral gardening and about coral gardeners, who just won 5 Emmy Awards this week. So we were super happy about that. So this is on a global scale, but what's even more, I would say, important and meaningful for coral gardeners is to do like a local awareness and to work with the kids in the communities to first teach them, if they don't know already, about what a coral is, and have them doing, you know, hands-on activity, very interactive, so that they can build their ropes themselves and start their nursery themselves. And so that it comes from within and not from external, external like organization, like, but more like an interactive way to do it, so that they can connect with the reef, connect with the coral, and once they know what the coral is, then they instantly almost start to care about it. And once they care about it, then it's like a big win, because they will like teach even their parents. So we are like doing awareness programs on top of like the restoration work. Another component of Coral Gardener's actions, field of action, I would say, it's the innovation. So there is the restoration work, the awareness, and the innovation. So it's innovation that we want to be very practical to help us in our daily work to improve the restoration work and to monitor it. So we have a structure in Coral Gardener that is called the CG Lab, and that is working on innovations, tools. For instance, we are developing, actually developed now, it's in testing, and we will like use it in Fiji. It's like an application, phone application, where you can monitor your coral growth and the coral in your nursery. So instead of going in the water with the slates, you know, and like record like if the coral is bleaching, like what's the growth rate, if all the data about the coral, we will like and then capture this like data from the slate on the Excel spreadsheet and then upload the Excel spreadsheet. We developed an app which can be used underwater with the underwater case, and you load all the information about your nursery. So how big is the nursery, how many ropes, how many coral fragments on the ropes, and then you do the monitoring with the app. And from the app, you extract all the data and it goes straight into the cloud. This way you don't have, you know, it's kind of a way to improve efficiency and also like reduce the margin of error from a human error, you know, and you write on the slate and then you capture on Excel. So this app will like help the restoration work. And we also have cameras, underwater cameras with an AI component in it, because we're aiming at when we do our monitoring to prove that the fish biomass is coming back to the sites that we outplant. So this camera is able to, thanks to AI component within the camera, to label, once you label the fishes, to then recognize the fishes that you've labeled. And same like to provide informative data. So it's really, the idea is to always like go on a restoration site with a strategy, a plan, a target of coral to be planted, and also to be very strict on the monitoring, to be able to retrieve the data to say, okay, this is working, this is not working, the growth rate here is good, here it's bad, what can we do to improve? Always with this mindset of action and being like, you know, doing something tangible so that the reef can recover. So that's about it for the main missions of Coral Gardeners. And the whole, like the global team, it's about 40 employees that are working around the world for Coral Gardeners. And now we are in the big project we call Odyssey 2025. And we are aiming at opening other Coral Gardeners around the world so that we can scale up reef restoration instead of only staying, you know, in Moria and, you know, like a little island. So the target of the Odyssey is to plant 1 million corals. So it's like very ambitious target. So we're going to try to do the maximum to reach this target. It's a big goal. And actually, we are starting with 3 locations around the world. So Fiji, Thailand, and Puerto Rico. And Fiji will be probably the first location to be open this year. And we will focus our work around the Malolo Barrier Reef. So I just wanted to say that we, in terms of like the team structure, we have like all the team will be local, and the Coral Gardeners and the reef restoration manager also. Some of them are actually former students of USP. So this is also like me saying today to like if they are like teachers or students from USP listening to us today, that we will like grow the team, and coral gardening to us is like a job, and we want this to be like to inspire maybe students after they graduate or during their course of studies to for those who want to focus their action on the coral reef to like know that there is a potential for a job position in this field, and that we want coral gardening to become a job that you can do every day, not on the volunteer basis, but on a remunerated basis. That can be like just a normal coral gardening should be like a normal way to like earn his living, and should be like just a job in itself. So that's the philosophy we have. So whoever wants to contact me after this presentation is welcome to do so. Like Jack has my contact. And yeah, that's about it for me. I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and I'm happy to follow up with whoever is interested after this seminar.
Okay, and thank you very much, Camille, for that great presentation and the exciting Odyssey initiative. And it would be really great if we can look at coral projects such as these to help not only earn a living, but of course deal with ocean acidification, illegal coral plant extraction, and so forth. And it can be really profitable, particularly in the ornamental industries. So I highly encourage people to pass on awareness of these opportunities, and it's it's a great area. So thank you very much, Camille.
Thank you.
And please feel free, anybody at any time with any of the speakers, to reach out to me, always to pass on. Okay, and thanks. Thank you. Yes, thank you also everyone else so far. I don't know if there is anybody else from IMR. I'm sorry about that, but I thought it was a good chance to also let Camille speak. So is there anybody else to speak from IMR?
Sorry, there's no one else.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. Okay, thanks. All right. Thank you. Okay, so thanks. I see. Yeah, and thank you also, Joachim, for giving us a good view from IMR and representing that so well. So we've got some great projects so far. Right. So the next session, if the speakers are in the room, we're going to be looking at some of the great work done by PACE SD, which focus a lot on sustainability, the environment, marine pollution, ecology, and also developing even more courses in the ocean and the blue economy as well. So we have some speakers potentially, if they are here and willing, such as Yashadem, Dr. Antoine, and of course, anybody else, anybody here from IMR that are willing to speak on Janice? Yeah.
Yeah, Bulla Jack, Yasha here. I'm ready. If Antoine does not want to go first, I'm ready to talk.
Okay. So if that's okay with you, Antoine or Janice or anyone else, sure, feel free, Yasha. And thanks.
Okay, so I'm actually giving a joint, Bulla everyone, my name is Yasha from the Pacific Center of Environment and Sustainable Development. I'll be giving a joint presentation with Janice Tanger, who is online.
Hello, everybody.
We will share her screen first. So she's in the process of sharing her screen, I hope. So firstly, let me say I'm honored to sit here in front of everyone today during Yes, she's sharing a screen now. Wonderful, that's perfect. So I'm really honored to be standing here on Oceans Day to be talking to everyone with regards to some of the work that we're doing. Janice and I will be really talking about specifically student research that is ocean-centered and that is taking place at the School of Marine, at the Discipline of Marine Studies, and at the Pacific Center for Environment and Sustainable Development. With this year's theme, Planet Ocean Tides Are Changing, I think it is very crucial that we recognize the multifaceted nature of ocean-related research, especially with regards to student research who are up and coming researchers, workers, experts in the field of ocean-related research, and who really are bringing that tide of change. So while I'm talking about PACE and Janice is talking about the discipline of marine studies, it is important to remember that there are many other institutes and schools at the University of the South Pacific. And each of these schools and institutes have some extent of student-related research ongoing. Of course, from their own unique capacity, strategy, and perspectives, such as governance and or law and so forth. But really from a marine biology, climate change, ecology, marine management perspective, I think the students at PACE and Marine Studies are really sort of setting the tone within this field. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Janice, who will spend 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 10 minutes talking about student research at Marine Studies, and then I'll talk about student research at PACE.
Thank you, Yasha. Bulabanak, everybody. My task today is to present on student research here at the Marine Studies discipline. Just a little bit of introduction of the discipline of Marine Studies. Here we mainly, it's a leading institution dedicated to marine education, research, and capacity building in the Pacific region. We're made up of a wide range of undergraduate students and also postgraduate programs, as Yasha has explained, in various marine topics. Mostly for current students, we're covering areas related to fisheries, marine biology, blue economy, marine spatial planning. We also have a large group of students that are focused on marine pollution and also in marine management. Just to introduce a number of students, so far we have about 8 PhD students, and we have a total of 12 master's students that are doing their research. Just to move on, introducing the researchers. First up in the Fisheries Science Research Division, we have PhD candidate Sala Chikolele. She's doing an amazing job in documenting traditional ecology knowledge in keystone species, for example, in fish. And I believe Yasha will jump in as well and share more about Sala's project.
Thanks, Janice. Yeah, so Sala has a large list of publications, and she's looking at everything from how communities perceive fisheries management, what sort of practices are being introduced or being conducted at the community level from a sort of local ecological knowledge perspective. And it's not necessarily, her work is not necessarily linked to just fisheries. She also does gender and equity related work. She looks at flagship species such as turtles and sharks and rays and so forth. So really wide variety. And really for more information, you can follow Sala all over social media and various news outlets and seminars that are ongoing. She's very active at the moment in this final stage of her PhD. Naka Janice.
Thank you, Yasha. And moving on to other fisheries researchers, we have Lekima Copeland. He's looking at the life history and feeding ecology of an endemic species, freshwater species here in Fiji. Yasha, would you like to share more about Lekima?
No, go for it, Janice. It's okay.
Thank you, Yasha. Moving forward, other fishery scientists and management students, we have Sarah Leonuya. She's in Marine Masters Affairs, and we have Renee Hill. Sarah is looking at tuna distribution here in Fiji and around the region, while Renee is looking at a life history of a reef species in fish. Please feel free to contact them if you have any questions or so. Moving forward in the marine pollution team, we have Rufino Varela. He's at his final stage of PhD. He's doing a lot of work around area pollution, and he's using biomarkers to monitor the effects of pollution in the marine environment. Next, in the field of marine pollution, we have researchers like Andrew Paris and Melody Van Lucon. They both have completed their master's thesis, and they have been studying around microplastics in surface waters and microplastics in edible oysters. Next, in the field of marine pollution, we have researchers like Joyce Netch and Amelia Mbai. Joyce Netch and Amelia are both doing marine microplastics as well. They're looking at water, sediments, and freshwater mussels. And Amelia is testing out how microplastics in laundry is a source of microplastics, sorry. Moving on to the next area of studies here is marine environment, we have genetics. Kelly Brown is applying genetic structure and connective for fisheries management. I'm sure he's using sandfish. Yasha, would you like to share more about Kelly Brown?
Kelly is also the curator of the marine collection at Discipline of Marine Studies, where he sort of curates the various living and or so abiotic and biotic specimens that come in and act as sort of a record of what exists and what does not exist within certain areas of the region. So if you find new coral species or something, or you think you found a new coral species, you can collect Kelly. He checks if there is a record of this already. You can cross-check, cross-reference, and so forth, and will advise you on how to best proceed with curation of what you have collected.
Thank you, Yasha. Next up in the genetics research field, we have Isabel Fami. She is a master's student. She's doing genetics in poil oysters in Fiji and in Tonga. This is one of its first kind of research established here. And if you have any questions or interested in genetics, feel free to contact her and Kelly Brown. Okay. Moving on into the area of coral reefs, I will hand this over to Yasha just to present on his research. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Janice. So my research really is multifaceted. I'm looking specifically at coral assemblages and distribution patterns within the large Suva urban marine environment. And I'm trying to associate these distribution patterns to both natural and anthropogenic drivers. So climate-related drivers such as temperature, winds, temperature, salinity, ocean acidification, so forth, but also with regards to pollution-related drivers that might come out directly from swimming. So in summary, that's it. Janice, over to you again.
Thank you, Yasha. Moving on to more coral reef researchers. We have Mila and myself. In my research, I am focused on how microplastics, plastic bags affect corals, especially the branching coral colonies I am looking at how entanglement out in the field, and also testing out a set of biomarkers, looking at the enzymic activity in the symbiotic zooxanthellae. Also, Miller is the next bottle reef researcher. She is just starting her master's, and her master's is based around Benga. She's looking at how she can document coral reef health in Benga using a new app. If you have any questions, feel free to contact them with their provided email contacts. Next up, we have the aquaculture researchers. So far, we only have one research student in the aquaculture area. We have Komal Priyanka. She's in her final stage of master's. She's looking at freshwater eels. She's looking at the nutrition and how to better understand their biology and characteristics. That's for the aquaculture. And we also have in the field of aquaculture, we have Esat Tandrova. She is doing traditional knowledge also in eels and trying to culture them. Yes, Esat Tandrova. Yasha, would you like to add more on the aquaculture?
No, that's fine. Go for it.
Thank you. Yes, so those are the aquaculture researchers. And just lastly, we have one that is currently starting her PhD in marine spatial planning. Her name is Hulita. She's doing a study around Tonga, and she'll be starting soon this semester. Thank you. Now I'll hand over to Yasha to continue from here. Tanaka.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Can you all see what screen is sharing? Yeah, yes, perfect. I was sharing. Okay, yes, thank you, Janice. And again, so very small group of master's and PhD students currently at marine studies. So the number has sort of gone down since COVID, post-COVID. Hopefully it'll pick up again soon. But in the past, there's always been very large numbers of PhD and master candidates over at the marine studies. Now moving on to PACE SD, so the Pacific Center for Environment and Sustainable Development. Again, I will just be talking from a student research perspective, and I'll also only single out certain researchers. For further information on PACE SD, we have Dr. Antoine on the webinar who can communicate more. It's not working next. Is it not going next? There we go. Right, so quick summary about PACE. PACE, Pacific Center for Environment and Sustainable Development, is a research and teaching center here at USP. It's its own institute, and it is dedicated to addressing various environmental and sustainability issues within the Pacific region, predominantly, however, within USP member countries. Currently, there are 36 master students and 19 PhD students enrolled here at PACE, and they're conducting various fields of research, including climate change, adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity conservation, resource management, energy-related work, agriculture-related work, and waste management. And me talking about 36 students and 36 master students and 19 PhD students will take up our whole day. So I have narrowed it down and just picked out a few students based on themes which are probably the most related to what the audience's interests are in. So the first theme that I have picked out are those that are doing research on climate change and climate change impacts on fisheries and or coastal communities. So there are 5 students which are doing work with regards to this. We have Titilia, who is looking at adaptation skills and roles of the youth, men and females, males and females, within the coastal fisheries sector, mainly subsistence. And it's a case study based approach on the province of Serua. We've got Christian from the Solomons, who is conducting socioeconomic studies on the seaweed industry in the Solomon Islands. We've got Tatalo Yese, who's looking at coral bleaching events as population drivers for fish catch, and he's working in Tuvalu. We have Selai, who's looking at the reproductive cycle of crown of thorns in relation to global warming. Asinate is conducting a case study-based masters at VCC, and she's looking at the impact of sea level rise and storm surges on the community there. With regards to energy-related work, we have Ludovica, who is looking at the biogas production from seaweeds and trying to associate this with or to a household scale. From a coastal protection and rehabilitation perspective, we have Alex, who is trying to compare various hard protection methods along the Suva-Lami corridor. We got Stephen, who's looking at the mangrove rehabilitation in the Solomon Islands and trying to see how mangrove rehabilitation changes the perception of ecosystem services. Salote, she's looking at basically she's comparing mangroves at various sites in Lotoka and close to Suva, and she's looking at how these rehabilitation methods have worked, what has not worked, and so forth. We've got Teki Mao, who's looking at sort of coastal protection from a seagrass perspective in Kiribati. From the 19 PhD students, their work is very broad across multiple themes. And in some way, all are linked to the ocean. And again, it would take way too much time for me to talk about all of them. So I've just picked out two, which are sort of the most central to ocean-related research. So we've got Moleni and Timothy that I've picked out. So Moleni is looking at coastal inundation and forecasting systems, wave-related impacts from tropical cyclones on Tonga. And Timothy is working on looking at comparing chlorophyll plumes within Fijian waters, and he's doing that through remote sensing. So again, just a subset of the larger group of PACE SD students. Hopefully this sparked some of your attention, and for a full list or to know more about PACE SD and the students that are working there, you can either contact myself, Dr. Antoine, or just USP PACE in general. There will always be someone available to talk to you. In summary, just concluding both talks from today, the research conducted at PACE SD and at Marine Studies reflects both a diverse range of ocean-related topics, and it really demonstrates USP's commitment to addressing the environmental challenges of the region. We're really appreciative of all the work that's been carried out by the students, but their efforts are it's wonderful work that they're doing, but their efforts would benefit quite a bit from external support and engagement from you all out there. So, you know, we can try and foster a collaborative working environment. And this would really encourage knowledge exchange for the betterness of preservation and sustainable use of our precious ocean systems. PACE-related research is available at this link, so all students are encouraged to publish their work, and many do, most do, and in some cases their work is part of larger projects. The same is said for marine studies, so all the work, most of the work that is being conducted by masters and PhD students is published in various formats. For your information, there is a thesis catalog on the University of the South Pacific website where you can access all of the theses directly. There is also a research catalog within the University of the South Pacific, which lists out directly the research that's student related. Big vinaka to everyone. If you have any questions, you can either ask them now, put them in the chat. I can get back to them, or you can email either Janice and or myself, or Jack, and Jack can facilitate onwards. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Yasha. Thank you, Janice, for giving us a great insight into the really encouraging work that you do, that all the students are doing here at PSSD. So, and thanks for everything else. Good luck with the research. And has anybody got any questions? Otherwise, people are welcome to at any time. Just you know, get in contact or put them in the chat. Okay, thanks. All right, so thanks. Is any, I don't know if Dr. Antoine or anybody else is going to join, speak from PSSD?
Jack, I'm okay to present if nobody else wants to go now.
Looks good. I haven't heard anything, so please feel free.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Yeah, is everyone able to see the shared screen and hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you very much. I will be brief. It's just to present Reef Temp Fiji network that we have been researching at USP since 2012 with IMR. It started with myself and Ms. Sherry here. So the network is still going and it's monitoring seawater temperature. So it's a part of a bigger Pacific-wide network, notably with SPC, with Conservation International and a few other partners in the region, but especially SPC and IRD in New Caledonia. So in Fiji, we have these sites here. So the first site was in Suva, 21 December 2012. And the latest sites to the network were added in 2022. These were sites in the Lau group with Conservation International. Onoi Lau actually was in December 2021. Then we have Fulanga and Vanuatu. So these are the latest sites. Some are discontinued. For instance, Batiki was with a partner that stopped working there. And also we had one on Coral Coast with SPC. They have stopped working there. So at the moment it's discontinued. But we do have one in Vatuira, Moon Reef, and one in Benga. So why monitor seawater temperature? So rising seawater temperature have a profound effect on reef because bleaching of corals is caused by temperature rising above 29 degrees, which is the coral bleaching threshold. And a massive coral bleaching event occurred in the year 2000, where about 40 to 80% of corals died in Fiji. It took about 6 years to recover. And now we had a lot of bleaching following that event. I hope everyone can see the slide because sometimes I had problems with sharing the screen.
It's fine, thanks.
You can see the slide on corals. Huh? Mm-hmm. Thank you. So coral bleaching event here, it's from NOAA data. You can see a virtual station in Benga. where the bleaching was observed above 29 degrees. So this is satellite data, but we didn't have up till then field data on seawater temperature, which is why we initiated this network of actually monitoring with sensors in the ocean, the temperature over every 10 minutes, and then validating this data with satellite data. So this is an overview of the sites, Yasawa, Munri, Fatuira, Onoilao, Vanuambalavu, Rotuma, Fulanga. And you can see here how it is organized on concrete blocks. This little button here is where the logger is, and it's deployed in the field in the outer reef and the inner reef. Here is the deployment profile for a typical site where we have one station in the lagoon and one station on the outer reef. Why we have two is because we have sometimes changes in temperature regimes between the outer and inner reef due to water circulation and other factors. So it's always good to have data from both sides if possible for comparison purpose. And this can be then input into various climate models. So we're producing data that can be used by a host of other researchers in the region. This is the deployment methods for the data platforms. On the top left, there is in Rotuma. We can use parachutes. We can just drop them. When it's in the water, they are fixed to the substrate using these fasteners and metal hooks. And then there's a float marker to identify the site, and a GPS point is taken so that you can go back to the site. These are left for about 12 months, maximum of about 24 months, where we try to then go and change the loggers and get the data out. So here you'll see where you can find the data, which is freely available for download on the ReefTemps website. And this is a typical data set where you can download it in different formats, either raw, XML, CSV, Excel, or graphical format. And each data set is collated. So from 2012 to 2022, for instance, we will have one data set for the whole period. Here is an example of how this data can be used. So for instance, this was done by one of our PhD candidates, Andra. She analyzed the data and she could detect a drop in temperature due to the cyclone Even in 2012, I think it, yes. So cyclone Even 2012, you can see how the temperature suddenly dropped when the cyclone went overhead. So this is called the cyclone wake, and it can be very useful to analyze such data. This is a decadal bleaching threshold for Suva Reef fish patch from 2012 to 2022. You can see many instances of above 29 degrees. So coral bleaching alerts can happen. So for March 2022. So to really see a pattern here, you need more data, but there could be climate signals in this data where you could see probably that there is a rise in average temperature each year. So there's a lot of work that can be done. But we can also notice that the lower threshold of temperature are getting higher. So statistically, much can be learned from such data sets. There's a new data portals now open in Lao Group. Why we monitored it Lao? Because before there was no SST monitoring sites in southern Lao waters. It's quite an important region of Fiji. We'll have more knowledge of coral bleaching, also better tropical cyclone prediction. And in March 2023, we had a very major bleaching event in Lao. So we are lucky to have data from that site, which can correlate with satellite data. So here you can see spanning the southern Lao to middle Lao, northern Lao, we have 3 stations, and there are more plans. This is with Conservation International and the Lao Seascape project, which some of you may have heard about. Here is the NOAA data about the Lao group, where you can see there was a very high alert level in March this year, April, March. And so it's very important to monitor this area to correlate coral bleaching and to understand what is happening with corals. Here is the first data set from Vanua Ono Ilau in the Lao group, 2020-2023. You can see it exceeded here 29 degrees and also in March 2022. So this is a very important first data from the Lao group. So we're continuing to monitoring now in all areas of Fiji. Some sites were destroyed by tropical cyclones, so it's always a challenge. And so we're hoping that students and from USP will be interested in this data and also perhaps to carry on this work, as it's a very long-term project beyond actually us. We need decadal data, maybe over 20, 30, 40 years to really understand the climate change patterns that's happening in our region. So that's all I had today. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Antoine. It's a great presentation on a really important area, and it's very significant to monitor coral reefs, and given, as we've said before, about the risks such as ocean acidification, coral bleaching, pollution, illegal fisheries, extraction, and so forth. So just to be able to work out what these threats are in order to increase resilience, and also to know what the best opportunities, speaking of related to Camille's presentation earlier about coral farming. So has anybody got any questions?
Well, I guess not, but thank you very much for your attention, and I'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. Are there any other speakers, either from Case ST or anywhere else in the room at the moment? Also to say that we were supposed to have had an apology here on my emails from our recent Justin Hunter, who was supposed to give a talk on pearl aquaculture, and he was supposed to be coming and joining shortly, but I haven't seen him in the room. So yeah, thank you. Again, hello, are there any other speakers in the room that are due to present?
Hi, Mr. Jack, Dr. Jack there. Can I present from Itoke Women in Conservation?
Sorry, I wasn't looking at my screen. Who's speaking?
Christiana Diovio.
Oh, sure. Christiana, yeah, sure. Hi, if you're ready to present early, you're welcome to present now if there's nobody else. Okay, it's if you're fine to present now. Sure. We seem to be a bit ahead of schedule due to speakers. Would you like to speak now? You're on mute. Hello. Christiana, anybody else? You're on mute.
Hi, this is Sham. I'll be also be working, like speaking together with Christiana. If she's gonna present first, and then I'll continue after once she's done.
Sure, that's fine at the moment. We seem to be ahead, as I say, so feel free.
Sure. I'm just waiting for Christiana to respond. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Okay, thanks. So next up, we're going to have slight change in the schedule due to speakers finishing earlier than expected and a couple not turning up. Thank you. We're now going to have Christiana Sioko, sorry about your pronunciation. To represent Iltaki Women in Conservation and the role of that in promoting coastal resilience. But I'll allow her to introduce herself. Thank you very much, Christiana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jack Daya. Bulavinaka, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christiana Diogeo, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Itoke Women in Conservation Youth Group on the topic, the role of Itoke Women in Conservation in promoting coastal resilience. So today's presentation is not just about raising awareness, but an invitation to action as well. Just a brief overview on my presentation. First, I'll explain the background of how this initiative came about. Who are we, and our alignment to our vision, mission, and goals, alignment to Fiji's goals and commitments, the vision and pillars, our objectives, the importance of women and youth involvement in conservation efforts, the challenges, benefits of promoting coastal resilience, potential community-based activities, work done so far, some of the trainings and workshops that we've been fortunate to be part of, and the way forward. Just a bit background on Itoke Women in Conservation. Itoke Women in Conservation is an initiative founded by a young group of Itoke women. We are young professionals and alumni of UST that completed studies in the fields of environment, marine, and climate change. Sorry. So the impacts of climate change has really taken its toll on most of our vulnerable communities. And it was with great passion we hope to manifest in our work. It is a great passion we manifest in our work from our various experiences. We were empowered and inspired to look for a mechanism that could help to boost our communities to be able to adapt and be resilient to the changing tides. So we were with this initiative came about in early February. It actually started then. And then later during the year in September, we were formally registered. And Itoke Women in Conservation is a women-led initiative that centers its efforts on coordinating, facilitating, and implementing blue and green carbon programs with a particular emphasis on empowering women in youth within our local communities these programs not only integrate, but also reinforce and enhance the utilization of indigenous knowledge and nature-based solutions. Who are we? We are officially registered under a government body, Ministry of Youth and Sports. We are still a youth group, and recently we have collaborated with Ministry of Forestry and AIS, Ministry of Forestry in our mangrove planting programs that we have initiated in a few communities. And also through AIS, we were able to attend trainings related to mangroves. And some of the settlements that we've done work in is Kenoya settlement. That's here in Suva, Wainambia village, down in Serua. And our next project is potentially Dako village. So this this group, Itoke Women in Conservation, is a voluntary we do voluntary work. All the members, we have 8 executives and 25 members. And we are all employed by the different organizations. But this is like a way of us giving back to our communities through this voluntary work. And when we initiated this initiative, we had to do sort of fundraisings to fund the projects that we were doing in communities, and whilst applying for grants. So also to ensure gender equality, we have both males and females, not just Itauke women, males and females that have joined our members group, and we are incredibly, grateful and humble by the many youths that reached out to join and support our vision on a voluntary basis. Alignment to Fiji's goals and commitments. One of it is the Fiji Low Emissions Development Strategy. Fiji aims to achieve multiple objectives, which includes climate change mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable development. And we feel that this restoration efforts aligns with Fiji's commitment to the Paris Agreement and to contribute to preservation of its unique marine and coastal environments while promoting long-term sustainability and also resilience in the face of climate change. And next up, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goal 13, by enhancing carbon sequestration and mitigating climate change impacts, and through SDG 14 and 15, by focusing on the conservation and restoration of coastal, marine, and terrestrial ecosystems.
Sorry, is it just me, or is this appear to be on mute? Hello. Are you on mute? Is one of you going to speak?
Sorry, I'm having a bit of technical issues on my end.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. Yeah, while hopefully while we're sorting out the technical problems, I see one of our other speakers who was meant to present earlier, Justin Hunter, has just joined. I don't know if Justin, after this speaker, will be willing to present on his, or say something about, or present, since we're running ahead of schedule anyway, about his excellent work in Sabu Sabu and pearl aquaculture, Blue Town, or whatever he wishes to speak about. Yeah.
Hi there.
Yeah, so I don't know if Justin, after this, you, our current speaker is.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, sorry, is it okay if someone continues and then I continue later or something?
Justin, I don't know if you're okay to speak. She seems to be having some technical issues from what she's saying. She would like to sort that out.
Yeah, I got no problem. I'll just jump in here. It's kind of an informal talk. You know, I think it's a great initiative, and anytime I see an opportunity where we can you know, maybe change the projectile of where our young people are going and realize that there is this blue economy is really about opportunities that are created via conservation. And I've done a lot of work in that, and probably better known for working within the blue economy and creating awareness for responsible oceanic pearl farming. And I've worked and been all over the world with Tiffany Foundation and on the World Steering Committee for Pearls and Sustainability, and spoken at COP and oceans and blue economy conferences everywhere. But in a nutshell, what you want to do is realize that as business and private sector, and understand that we need to make money. Private sector's got to make money, and there's a way to make money in a good way. And as an example, the luxury market is really shrinking in terms of what it has been doing in the past. And so after Winston in 2016, Fiji co-chaired Oceans in 2017, and then was president of COP of 2018. So I was able to have a crash course in living through a Cyclone Winston, and then SDG 14. I wrote the Fiji Pearl Development Plan, creating a blue industry. And it was about how certain products from places like Fiji and other places where pearls are made should be recognized way above and beyond. It's not just a normal luxury product. It is something that should appeal to the conscientious consumer. It should be something that, you know, whenever I talk to groups around the world in luxury, I'm like, if you want to create a bridge line or a way to the new conscientious consumer, you're not going to do that with mined minerals or things. You know, that stuff is dead and gone by a long shot. What people want now is they want to feel like they're contributing to something. They want to feel like they're experiencing something. And like when I sell pearls, one of the last things I always say is the consumer should feel like they're not just buying a beautiful Fiji pearl, but they should feel like they're investing in the health of our oceans and planet. And that is what they're doing, because as pearl farmers, and how the Blue Town and Blue Pledge came about was, as a pearl farmer, I live in Savu Savu Bay, you know, this is where I was from, and as development and the population grew, I had people tell me a while ago that, hey, you know, the writing's on the wall, you're eventually going to have to move your farms further away. And I was like, no way, because, you know, the technology is there. You know, you can swim in the New York River and the Hudson River, you can swim in the Thames River, you're fine. I don't think you'd want to do that in Nambukalau Creek or anything in Suva. And so the Blue Town came about because I and the communities around me that have a vested interest in a clean marine environment, which means tourism, the Cousteau name and many of these things. Our private sector, and we saw it during COVID, has a vested interest in the environment that we are a part of. It brings in all our foreign exchange really for this town. And so if we could create what would be the world's first blue town, where we develop the 7 pillars of everything sustainable use, we don't have mangroves that are being used as rubbish dumps and leaching, and we've got sewage treatment plants and recycling programs that reduce the amount of chemical fertilizers for agriculture, have MPAs set up or quasi MPAs for pearl farming, because you know, as a pearl farmer, if there's a decrease in water quality, there's going to be a decrease in pearl quality, and eventually I've got dead oysters. But this is what the conscientious consumer wants, and this is a way to kind of push back against the Bali model as far as tourism. And like I said, when you've got a name like Jean-Michel Cousteau and Tony Robbins and Namale, it's a very unique clientele that we get here. And I think when you can be recognized for doing something on an international level, start as being the world's first blue town, you can get a lot of attraction. Of course, none of these things are very easy, because when you're merging economic opportunities, social development and health and conservation all in one, it's going to cost money. And that's where we need to work with donors and make sure that that aid that is coming into Fiji is going to the right places. You know, there's been some beautiful work on coral farming, but there's way too much donor aid that is coming in and is not underlying the key critical points of pollution, really. You know, why do we have sewage treatment facilities that are dumping water with way too much nutrients back into the sea, chemical fertilizers and other things? And these things come at a cost. But when you live on the genetic bunker, which is basically, we have the rest of the world has a vested interest in us preserving our tropical fish species, because in a world where you've got a warming sea temperatures all around us, and you're getting a polar migration of existing cold water species, where salmon, I don't know if many of you recognize, but I think about 4 months ago, the Alaskan king crab fishery was shut down because they had 90% decrease in their stocks of crabs. So that stupid show, what was it called? The Dangerous Jobs or something. It's kind of fun, kind of corny, but that was totally canceled, and it was simply due to an increase in water temperature. So what polar migration means is that these species like salmon, like those king crab, are going to be compressed further north and further south on this planet, which means that they're going to have a much smaller area, and there's going to be a much lower volume of those food fishes available that feed 70% of the people on our planet. And the food and the species that are best evolved and are most likely to adapt to a warming ocean and warming planet is our tropical species. And so there's quite a bit of money out there when you're talking about preserving this genetic bunker for food security. you are addressing SDG 14, and you've crossed the line, and you're also addressing COP issues in adapting and mitigating the impacts of a warming planet. So, so I have kind of embarked on this, a lot of failures for sure, but failures is something, and I think this is important for students to hear, is good science and trying stuff that's new and fun. 80% of the time you're going to fail, and it's about getting up and going for it and doing and thinking outside the box. And so that's why I'm here. I didn't really have anything prepared. Any questions?
Okay, yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions for Justin, but yeah, just to put in perspective, Justin is doing great work in setting up both pearl aquaculture and really getting to move with this sustainable ocean blue economy narrative, particularly for consumers. And he's also come up with this pioneering concept, which is also worth checking out, the Sabu Sabu Blue Town model, which also seeks to focus on sustainable waste, water, energy, ecotourism, and so forth happening around Sabu Sabu, over around, on that side of Fiji. So yeah, any questions? Okay, also feel free if there are. Thanks. I don't know if Christiana, if you're ready to resume your presentation, or Shyam was going to. How are you doing?
Yeah, can you please maybe continue with Shyam, and then I'll probably go after.
Okay, Shyam, how are things with your side?
Yeah, I can proceed. My presentation will be brief. Let's see if I can get the screen sharing done. Are you guys able to see my screen?
I am not yet, unless it's still loading. And if, yeah, I don't see it yet.
Oh, wait, sorry, hold on.
Sure. And then you can just perhaps introduce yourself or whatever, but you're also from GRZ. Yeah,
Yes.
Shyam is also representing GRZ, and I don't know if he wishes to introduce himself.
You can see my screen? Just
yes, now I can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. Thank you for listening in. My name is Shyam Lodia. I am the GIS officer for GIZ's MacBlue project. And I'll be briefly presenting on the management and conservation of mangrove and seagrass ecosystems. Yeah, so let's begin. So why is the management and conservation of coastal ecosystems important? My presentation will be based on the views of mangroves and seagrass from that perspective. And as you can see, mangroves and seagrass deal with biodiversity conservation. And this is, as you all know, these ecosystems are incredibly rich in biodiversity. They support a wide array of plant and marine life. And by actively managing, conserving this coastal ecosystems, we actually protect and preserve biodiversity. And also it also deals with climate change mitigation. Mangroves and seagrass play significant roles in climate change mitigation. They're highly effective in, as you may know, in sequestering carbon from the atmosphere. And they also help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that's what our project here at GIZ MacBlue is. We'll actually be dealing with the conservation and management of seagrass and mangrove ecosystems. Besides climate change mitigation, there is also habitat preservation. These ecosystems provide essential habitats for a variety of marine species. juvenile fish, crustaceans, and so forth. And these species of marine life are also commercially important species. So for the local communities as well as the economy. So proper management and conservation of these ecosystem actually ensures the preservation and critical habitats and of this ecosystem, as well as the healthy population of the marine organisms. And the other point is water quality improvement. Mangroves and seagrass, well, seagrass mostly, but they act as natural filters. They trap and remove pollutants and sediments from the water. As you can see, for example, at Nasese, there is significant discharge of wastewater into the area, but with the species of seagrass that's actually found in that areas, they actually provide some form, if a little form of actually filtering out and improving water quality within that areas. My next slide will be, okay, so yeah. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay. So SDGs and the management of coastal ecosystems. As you can see, the Sustainable Development Goals, the protection of marine ecosystems actually align with several SDGs, which is 11, 12, all the way till 15. So I'll just briefly talk about that. SDG 11, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities. While mangroves and seagrass are coastal ecosystems, their preservation and management can contribute to sustainable development of nearby communities, as the local communities, for at least for our Pacific islands, most of the local communities living within the coastal areas rely on coastal ecosystems for sustenance, for economical reasons, and as well as ecotourism for certain areas. So if we enhance the resilience of this ecosystem, that will be beneficial for the local communities. SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. This goal emphasizes sustainable practices through the value chain, including sustainable management of natural resources, sustainable management of natural resources like mangroves and seagrass. And practices to balance out the use of these resources as well as the conservation. Because if we overuse our coastal ecosystems, then there won't be much to actually, like if we overuse our resources, we'll run out of it. So there has to be a fine balance between use as well as protection, so to speak. SDG 13, which is climate action. As you know, seagrass and mangrove ecosystems help with greenhouse gas emissions. So it helps mitigating climate change through sequestration of CO2 from the atmosphere. SDG 14, which is life below water. The goal focuses on conservation and sustainable use of marine resources of coastal ecosystems. So again, like SDG 12, responsible use and management of ecosystems actually ensures the future availability of these resources for future use. And SDG 15 is life on land. This goal aims to protect and restore sustainable management of terrestrial ecosystem, including forests and other sites of land-based ecosystems. Mangroves is a land-based ecosystem, and their conservation contribute to the overall goal of preserving biodiversity and ecosystem integrity. Sorry, skipped way ahead. Oh yeah, right. So overall it is important to note that the management and conservation of coastal ecosystem, which includes mangroves and seagrass, have cross-cutting benefits that contribute to multiple SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, efforts focused on these ecosystems can have positive impacts on various sustainable development objectives beyond the ones mentioned above, which is from 11 to 15. Okay, moving on. We're going to talk about ecosystems as well as the SDG target 14.7. 14.7 is the goal is by 2030 increase the economic benefits of small island developing states and least developed countries from the sustainable use of marine resources. This target recognizes the importance of promoting sustainable practices in utilizing and managing marine resources, particularly for small island developing states and least developed countries. Yeah, that includes most of the Pacific. So again, it is important for the proper management of our marine resources because they play a vital role in the local economy as well as coastal communities. Oh yeah, so the ecosystem provide, like I said, provide numerous economic benefits, including fishery support, shoreline protection, and ecotourism opportunities. By effectively managing and conserving mangroves and seagrass, countries can enhance economic benefit derived from these resources in a sustainable manner. Furthermore, by emphasizing the importance of these ecosystems on World Oceans Day, which we're all focusing on, we can raise awareness and promote sustainable practices and encourage efforts to protect and restore mangroves and seagrass habitats. So in summary, management and conservation of coastal ecosystems, specifically mangroves and seagrass, are compatible with SDG target 14.7. Okay, moving on. Addressing, so approaches to management and conservation of coastal ecosystems. So I've just briefly listed down some strategies that could be adapted for the management conservation of coastal ecosystem. So as you can see, beginning is the develop integrated coastal zone management plans. So Pacific Island nations can develop ICZM plans and encompass the sustainable management and conservation of coastal ecosystems. These plans consider ecological, economic, and social aspects of coastal areas and involve stakeholders from government agencies, local communities, and NGOs like GIZ, and as well as the private sector. So yes. Next is strengthening legal and policy framework. Sorry. Hang on. Okay, so government can establish or enhance policy frameworks for the management and conservation of seagrass, and this includes designating protected areas, which we have several of within Fiji and other Pacific Island countries, and this includes designated protected areas, setting regulations for sustainable resource use, and integrating ecosystem-based approaches to national development plans and strategies. Again, I'm going back to our GIZ project MacBlue. We, from whatever results and whatever lessons we learned from our MacBlue project, which I will elaborate further on in our presentation, we actually plan to create policies that governments can utilize that will help in the management and conservation of these coastal ecosystems. Okay, next is promote community engagement and participation. Like I said, most of these communities within the Pacific are coastal based, and if you involve the local communities within for the conservation and management of these resources which are beneficial to them, it will encourage the community to participate in decision making, so they can know, they can be part of how they can manage the resources properly and not overuse them. Yeah, through education and training of sustainable resource management and support community-led incentives for mangroves and seagrass. Next is, so strengthening capacity and knowledge. Oh wait, sorry, no, I skipped ahead. Enhance monitoring and research efforts. So collecting data on status and trends of mangroves and seagrass ecosystems is essential for effective management. So what we know, what we have, will also help us manage our ecosystem. So investing in monitoring programs to assess ecosystem health, track changes over time, and measure the impacts of management interventions. As some colleagues have already talked about earlier in their presentations, monitoring of healthy ecosystems and how it changes over time is quite important. So that way we can actually create plans for future management of these resources. Okay, next is strengthening capacity and knowledge exchange. What we are actually doing right now, we're briefly exchanging knowledge. To build the capacity of local institutions, government agencies, communities to effectively manage, conserve coastal ecosystems. This can be done through providing trainings on sustainable practices, trainings on ecosystem restoration techniques, and also the importance, as well as creating general awareness on the importance of seagrass and mangrove ecosystem for local communities within the Pacific Island countries. And lastly, for this area is enhance international cooperation. So we have dealt with creating knowledge locally. Now we have to get international cooperation as well. So Pacific Island nations can collaborate with regional and international organizations such as the Pacific Community, United Nations Development Program, and relevant donor agencies to access technical expertise, fundings, and knowledge sharing platforms. So again, for example, what GIZ is planning to do with this project for the conservation of mangroves and seagrass ecosystems. So in summary, by implementing these strategies, the Pacific Island nations can effectively manage and conserve the mangrove and seagrass ecosystems, contributing to the sustainable use of marine resources and meeting the targets of SDG 14.7. Okay, next, addressing the theme for this year, if I'm choosing the correct theme, Planet Ocean, the tides are changing. So the theme for World Oceans Day emphasizes the need for positive change and actions to protect and restore our oceans. The management and conservation of coastal ecosystems contribute to addressing the challenges and the changes occurring in our oceans. As you know, climate change, overfishing, mismanagement of ocean resources contribute significantly to loss of our marine resources. So we have to start action on creating plans and ways to conserve and manage our marine resources and ecosystems. And the ecosystems play a crucial role in mitigating the impacts of climate change, supporting biodiversity, as I've stated earlier, and maintaining the overall health of the marine environment. This is where I will segue into our MedBlue project. The full title of our project is the Strengthening Coastal Biodiversity Conservation and Management through the Protection and Rehabilitation Incentives for Coastal Carbon Sinks. Like I said, mangroves and seagrass ecosystems play a vital role in mitigating climate change, as they are important sinks for carbon, for carbon basically. So our project, we are partnering up with 4 partner countries, which is Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu. The project our project focuses on developing and strengthening institutional and individual capacities on a long-term basis. So whatever knowledge that is gained, we will disseminate to regional organizations, to institutions, and whatever lessons that are learned from these studies conducted will help in the conservation of seagrass and mangrove ecosystems. Yes, and that is creating data that will make important contributions to the inventory of associated natural capital and assist governments in establishing appropriate incentives for conservation and management and rehabilitation measures. So once the data is gathered, then it's up to the government and government agencies, local communities to come up with incentives, create incentives for the management and rehabilitation of resources. And lastly is, again, like I said, dissemination of the data that's gathered to not just our local community within Fiji, but within all our partner countries and the rest of the Pacific. Just to show a brief project logic, what steps we will be taking for our project. This will include mapping and monitoring, documenting and quantifying. So we will document the extent of seagrass and mangrove ecosystems, as well as since we are focusing on carbon as well, we'll also be collecting data on the amount of carbon that's present below ground as well as above ground within the biomass of seagrass and mangrove ecosystems. And then assessing policies and incentive options, identifying and managing national seagrass and mangrove priority sites. We have several sites within Fiji, as well as our partner countries. Fiji, for example, we have Rewa, the Rewa Delta area, as well as the Ba Delta area, for an example. And lastly, again, sharing, communicating the concepts and lessons learned. So yes, basically our MacBlue approach lastly is building lessons learned on and creating existing data, creating synergies, working with regional partners such as FNU, SPC, SPREP, and USP. Then identification of key partners at national level, consultations on priorities and the needs help to build shared ownership to assure sustainability. But it's not just about institutions and international organizations, but it's also about communities as well, because whatever local knowledge, whatever information that is gained from these coastal ecosystems will be giving back to the communities itself. So understanding the drivers of change, and also whatever information we've gathered from our scientific studies, but we'll also be integrating local ecological knowledge, because local knowledge will help us gain better information on the management conservation of these ecosystems. And then we can test it community-based management approaches and multi-level approaches to community experience and to inform national strategies and incentives. And finally, my conclusion is, as I've been repeating, the conservation of seagrass and mangrove supports the broader goals of World Oceans Day, which is to raise awareness and promote actions that protect and conserve the ocean. The focus on engaging individuals, communities, organizations, and governments in the efforts to safeguard the health and sustainability of our oceans. It also encourages sustainable management practices, and it sheds light on significance of seagrass and mangrove ecosystems on World Oceans Day. As I've repeatedly said, it's important to conserve our mangrove and coastal ecosystems, mangrove and seagrass ecosystems. Again, thank you so much, everybody. If you have any questions, I'm free to take them. Nope.
Okay, okay, and thanks, Shyam, for your excellent presentation, and great to see that MacBlue is getting out there, because I think this information will be really helpful to protect the environment and the future of the blue economy. So, any questions, anybody?
Again, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Daya, for giving us the opportunity to present. And yeah, it's great to see what other participants are presenting. And this is quite educational for us as well. And we look forward to working towards conservation.
I had a question. Is there any research into corals and calcium carbonate in the forms of corals and bivalve shells and their role as blue carbon sinks? Because this is something that the seagrasses and the mangroves, which are vital, no doubt about it. Yet it's really something that has been a cooler or a temperate region product that is being protected. And a lot of our islands are all based on calcium carbonate, which is locked CO2. And is there going to be a value towards that? Because when you're creating, you can have all the MPAs in the world, but if you don't create jobs and economic opportunities for the people that live there, conservation has a very hard time working. So if you've got dive sites and all of those things. But one thing I keep missing it, and even like coccolithophores, which are a fast turnover algae, I know, but it is made out of CO2. And quite often, if you look the ocean over, those things don't just dissolve and go back into the atmosphere. Usually they sink down and they become part of a cold water current, and then they come up in some place like off of Chile in Peru and becomes a rich zone. So is there a way that we can expand on the definition of blue carbon sinks? Because if you can offset some of these things, you know, I'm into bivalve aquaculture, you know, and I see another way where you can tick that box, but I do like what you guys are doing. And yeah, again, thinking though, of how do we actually create economic returns for people engaged in conservation is going to be our challenge, eh? Because that's when
I
the
agree.
communities, the people individually, when they've got an economic resource that is providing, putting kids through school, putting food on the plate, that's when they become stewards of the sea. An MPA all by itself, like we saw during COVID, you could have every MPA in the world, but when it comes down to feeding your family, putting food on the table, getting kids through school, you can't stop them. And so it's really important that we bring into line not just conservation, but ways that we can promote economic opportunities around conservation, right? And so I was just wondering, but yeah, that's why I always want to trade pearl oyster shells, not just eat them and produce pearls, but if you could get an offset in blue carbon credits, looking at some of these other things, you know, it certainly opens the door, right?
Exactly, that's an excellent point, because there's lots of focus on seagrass and mangrove ecosystems, but like you said, if there's potential for, because I know coral ecosystems actually act as carbon sinks, and there's lots of research done on this, but again, it all depends on how local governments or communities, how they actually find ways to incentivize this. So again, this is there is research out there, there's information out there, but myself currently I'm not 100% sure on that, but it makes total sense. There's lots of focus on seagrass and mangroves, but let's see, there should be something for corals.
Yeah, and one thing we're doing in Sabu Sabu that'll be part of the Blue Town is integrated resource management plan, again, like you said, but using dive sites as a dive park, eh? And you then use the traditional tambu system, which is part of the rights that are waived for them. And then, you know, the conscientious consumer does not mind saying, hey, I dove the Sabu Sabu Marine Dive Park and I paid $100 and got this little tag on my shirt. And, you know, creating those avenues to create economic opportunities that comes into the community really does help. And you know, tourism is unfortunately kind of one of our major foreign exchange earners that we got to work with, and then forming more associations, I think, for our communities so that they can negotiate better prices for other goods. But thank you, good talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. And perhaps, as I say, you may wish to follow up with each other, and also highlighting some of the other great work done with coral that we had earlier with Anton, with this coral monitoring, and also Yasha's looking at coral, and some of the other students here as well. So thanks, and it'd be great for you to perhaps get in touch. I'm, in the interest of time, I hope you don't mind if I interject here, but I see that we have our next speaker who's joined us on the line. So his name may or may not be familiar to you already. It's Alafereti Tawake of the Fiji Local Marine Management Area Network, who apologizes for being a bit late, but he was also, I think, like previously, Justin, some of them were thinking of their physical events, and he turned up to USB. I think it was a physical rather than a virtual event. So yes, as coordinator of the Local Marine Management Area Network, over to you, Alafereti. Thanks for turning up, and great to hear from you. And we can see your screen.
Good morning, and I thought Zoom was already out of fashion. I thought wrong. But thank you all to for the discussions I caught towards the end. What I'm going to share with you today is around the topic. See if I can zoom my screen. As essential in a blue economy, and I'm going to share some of the examples from Fiji and also across the region. I'll start with a few statements, opening statements, which we are calling as the 100% solution. And maybe prefacing my presentation in saying that fishermen and communities must be part of any discussion on blue economy. And I think we all familiar with that, we all acknowledge, but I think it's important to start with that statement as well, given the importance of the ocean to the people in the Pacific. The 100% solution is we call a game changer designed to be able to bring lessons learned over the last 10, 20 years, the existence of LMMA and the learning, the evolution to where the current understanding is. One is that there are a few dimensions of this strategy. One, the geographic scale, that it requires 100% of communities involved. And I say 100% on an island, you need the involvement of all the communities in an island or in a province or nationally to be able to see the benefits and realize the benefits from resource management. And secondly, integrated management is important. It's not enough just to conserve, just to pick on the points that my friend Justin mentioned. It's not enough just to conserve. We need to manage for the people, and also if you buy the people, that's probably the golden standard to aim for. Looking at livelihoods, looking at meeting their daily needs is also very much a part of it. So our understanding, if you start from conservation, move to more holistic approach towards resource management, fisheries management in this case. And the third statement is around governance and institutional upscaling. It's important to recognize rights-based amongst other approaches that are out there, because we see that is the sustainability of initiative, community-based or town-based or island-based is that's one of the fundamental is ensuring that the governance and the institution also evolve and grow with the initiative to be able to support through generations and also in years. I'm conscious of the time, and I'll go through my slides very quickly, and to unpack those key statements of the 100% solution, the approach that the LMMA is promoting. One, to recognize that yes, our blue ocean, we have sometimes we tend to focus on the ocean too much and seem to forget the fishers, the fishermen who have attachment to the areas. And we think it's important. The red dots that you see on the screen, LMMAs or locally managed marine areas, where people who have totemic species, who have traditional knowledge, and also have still some sense of attachment to governance and traditional management system. And we see that is the best way to start and add value. And we can add new knowledge and new approaches to add value to those cultural assets, knowledge, and systems that we do have. These are not only unique to Fiji, they resonate across the Pacific. We have totemic species, as well as rights either at the family or at the Vanua level in the case of Fiji, but also at the clan level. LMMA, just a quick brief. I think most of you here are familiar with it. Just to also say that in the context of locally managed marine areas, they are equivalent to, in the case of Fiji, to the Ngolingoli boundaries or customary fishing grounds. But also, it can interchangeably be used as the areas where small scale fishes are operating out of, or who are the key stakeholders or key actors. And LMMA, locally managed marine areas, emphasizes the involvement of community, whether it's co-managed by government or NGO or any other, but as long as it's driven and is led by communities' aspirations. The network, which is just a collection or group of practitioners and communities that are working together towards this goal of looking at ways to improve overfishing.
Sorry, Apareti, just wondering if you only meant to have the first side, or are you doing other sides? Because we see the first side.
Okay, all right. Let me see. Are you able to see my slide now?
We see your first side. Is that the one we're meant to see? Which side are we meant to see?
So I'm on my screen, it's on slide 7.
We're only seeing the first side.
So how do I?
Well, one or two the people have messaged me to say that. So, and what I see is your first side.
Okay. Let me see. Let me try again. Can you check which screen are you?
Well, I can see your presentation, but on the first slide.
The first slide.
When you're sharing the screen, there's an option for which which slide you want to actually show. So there's an option for number 1, number 2. So you have to choose your presentation slide. If you have multiple screens, that is.
Okay. Let's see.
So I see that you're currently on slideshow mode, but you're showing your main PowerPoint, but not the one that you're trying to actually present.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also. Let's see.
My suggestion is select your slide on presentation mode and then click on share, and then that will give you the option on which screen you want to select to present. Select the window or application, so that will show up, if that helps.
if you can bear with me.
Slide 2.
Can you see?
Yes, well, we see slide 2, 100% solution. I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of.
Yes, I've covered the, sorry, I've covered the 100% solution on around the 3 dimensions, geographic scale, integrated management, governance, institutional upscaling. And I was I'm looking at the Pacific blue ocean, and trying to connect here the importance of small scale fishes and communities in the context of blue economy. They may not be visible in maps such as this, but I think key stakeholders to intentionally include in any discussions around blue economy, and also looking at for many reasons, some of which there are some traditional management practices in place, traditional governance that are still there that can be improved, as well as there is mana as well in those practices that you can use as nuggets to improve and ocean and be a catalyst for ocean management, and traditional wisdom, local knowledge is also an asset that we need to be able to use to complement science and new knowledge. I'll go through very quickly. I was sharing on LMMAs, locally managed. No need to go through that again, and the network. So the LMMA as a network have national partners in Fiji, the Fiji LMMA, in Micronesia, in Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Palau, Indonesia, Philippines, within the region. But the operation varies, and how active they are varies from country to country. Who are part of the network or part of the initiative in driving locally managed at the community level and also at the region, traditional and village leaders, fisher folks, women and youth, NGO staff, government, and also these are part of the members of the network. Too often, I must say, too often, LMMA has only been associated with traditional leaders and chiefs, but I think that's not quite the accurate description of how LMMA operates. It uses communities and traditional leaders as a starting point, given the nature of the ownership of the ocean on the fishes, customary fishing areas, but using participatory techniques and the approach like community-based adaptive management to involve stakeholders that are key. And more recently, looking at livelihood, income generating for communities has been one of the intentional part of the approach. Given time already, I'll go through very quickly some of the slides. Community empowerment is key. And we believe participatory rulemaking and including gender and youth intentionally in developing management plans or integrated development plans at the village level is very key. And we believe, which has worked in many places in Fiji and across the region, the bottom-up approach is a sustainable and a good starting point. And I keep saying starting point because it's a process of adaptive management, and it should be able to accommodate other interests as well in the use of our fishing ground and our ocean resources. And now my screen has frozen. Let me see. Yeah. Let me take some time to just discuss some management approaches or management tools. Periodically, harvest closes is one of the commonly used management measures by communities. That's setting aside some tambu areas, some 400 nights as a show of respect to the chief. Some 2 years or 3 years, and these timeframes have been adaptively used by or adopted by communities. Species restriction on specific species, not necessarily species that are banned or on moratorium by government, but communities can identify fish species that are in low supply, and then set up bans based on the spawning period, and also the spawning areas. Permanent closes or tambus that are permanently closed. This is what is now being used as MPAs. But locally managed marine areas is broader than just closed areas. It includes management, fisheries management as a starting point, and then ensuring that not only communities that are depending and also managing those resources have the rights, but also know their rights to be able to be good stewards of those resources, have the responsibility and the awareness to be able to use it and utilize it responsibly is some of the key areas that the LMMA network promotes. Recently, helping communities develop integrated development plans has been one of the needs that LMMA is responding to, and in line with the 100% solution. Communities don't think in sectorally. They look
Okay, I don't know if we've lost operator, but I think, all right. But yeah, we've heard great presentation from him about the LMMA network and the great work that they're really doing to empower and link all the communities together in this important initiative of protecting 30% of the Fiji's territory, because at the moment we need that in order to provide a baseline for livelihoods, employment, protection of the environment, and so forth. So yeah, I highly encourage you to look at the LMMA network if you're not already familiar, because they form the baseline of communities before any other projects. So thank you. So we can either break here for lunch for an hour or so and then resume, or I did message directly. I didn't know if Christiana wanted to go after lunch or even now or something. Christiana, don't know if you'd finished your presentation or not. I did directly message you.
Yeah, is it possible, because it's not one yet?
Sorry?
It's not one yet, so is it possible for me just quickly?
Sure, as I say, and then of course we can resume later for lunch. Well, anybody's welcome to have lunch when they can, but I'll have a break for lunch, and then afterwards we have from 1:30, 1:45 or so, we have IS coming up. Then we have from 2 onwards, we have a whole session from 1 or 2 representatives pro seabed mining, and then of course people who are not so pro seabed mining from that 2 onwards, and then we'll be moving on to tourism from about 3:30 onwards. So, and then we'll wrap up the day. So, along with anything else. So, thank you very much. Over to you, Christiana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deal. Sorry, moving on to where I left off the last time. Moving on to the Fiji's NDC target. Currently, forestry has the 30 million trees in 15 years. And these 30 million trees includes mangroves as well. So I think looking at this graph, 60%, that's what we've achieved so far. That's within 4.5 years. So I think like this probably shows how the communities and have been engaged in mangrove planting and tree planting to achieve this target in such a short time. So moving on, our vision is to empower women and youth to engage in collaborative efforts and contribute to the sustainable preservation of our environment. We have 3 pillars. Our central focus is women and youth, carbon sequestration, and the Vanua. That's our traditional knowledge. The objectives. So the objectives of Itoke Women in Conservation is environmental empowerment. This is through conducting public awareness, outreach, and educational programs on conserving our natural environment. That's through the blue and green carbon initiatives that we have for our group, and particularly focused on solutions for women and youth in local communities. And second is gender youth inclusion. To enhance access to information and encourage active participation of women and youth in environmental conservation efforts. And the next one is public engagement and capacity building. We hope to coordinate and engage in public campaigns, including community involvement, hosting and facilitating seminars and trainings, workshops and media campaigns in the near future. And community support, of course, to assist these local communities in fundraising initiatives and also accessing government support to boost the conservation activities within their area. And lastly, is this inclusive research to collect data and conduct research and surveys to assess the status of women and youth involvement in environmental conservation. The importance of women and youth involvement in conservation efforts. Women and youth, we believe, possess valuable traditional ecological knowledge and a deep understanding of their ecosystems. So we believe that their active involvement can contribute to a more holistic and culturally sensitive approach, ensuring the preservation of our unique biodiversity and ecosystems found in Fiji. And secondly, to promote social equity and gender equality by providing equal opportunities for participation. Fiji can foster gender equality, create a diverse and inclusive conservation sector, and ensure that the unified voices and perspective of our unified voices and perspectives of communities are heard and valued. And lastly, to promote environmental stewardship by equipping women and youth with the necessary skills, knowledge, and resources. We believe that Fiji can cultivate a new generation of environmental leaders who are passionate about preserving Fiji's natural heritage and creating positive change. Some of the challenges, to women and youth being their participation in conservation efforts is limited access to resources. Youth and women, they face challenges in accessing the necessary resources such as funding, technology, and actively participating in conservation efforts. Secondly is gender inequality. Gender disparities and cultural norms can hinder the active involvement of women in conservation. Lack of representation and voices. Women and youth often struggle to have their voices heard in decision making and processes related to conservation. And moving on is limited awareness and knowledge. Many youths and women have really limited awareness and understanding of environmental conservation practices and also their importance. And finally, limited networking and collaboration. There's a lack of networking opportunities and platforms for women and youth to connect, collaborate, and share their experiences that can hinder their active involvement. We believe that moving up to the communities, it'll be good to, have the different communities, close coastal communities, sort of also collaborate on their level and see what are some of the similar issues they're facing and probably share, that experience and see if there are solutions that can be shared too. Some of the benefits of promoting coastal resilience is protection of natural resources and biodiversity. We know that Fiji has a diverse marine ecosystem, such as the coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass. This provides critical habitats and supports biodiversity. We believe that enhancing coastal resilience safeguards Coastal resilience safeguards these valuable ecosystems, and it helps maintain their function, health, and preservation of our unique biodiversity. And climate change mitigation. Healthy coastal ecosystems such as mangroves and seagrass act as effective carbon sinks, which help to mitigate climate change by sequestering and storing carbon dioxide. Promoting coastal resilience by protecting and restoring ecosystems will contribute to efforts to combat climate change. And I believe in the previous presentations, it was very insightful to hear of similar work that's been done. Sorry, moving on, some of the potential community-based activities that we currently have done in communities and also planning to do in the future. The ones highlighted in yellow, mangrove restoration and land-based trees restoration is one that we're currently working with some of the coastal communities in Suva, the Serra province, and also Rewa province. And then we're hoping for, rehabilitating seagrass beds, coral planting activities, and also lastly, one of the important aspects is documenting traditional knowledge. So these are just some of the work that we've done so far: mangrove planting and monitoring, mainly at Kinoya settlement. And we've been working closely with forestry to do mangrove planting programs and also land-based trees restoration. And also through AIS, we've been slowly moving into encouraging entrepreneurship of cultural and traditional crafts. One of our exhibition is currently going on in GPH. Maybe free in the afternoon, please. You can go and have a look. And lastly, coastal cleanups as part of our awareness programs in the communities. So we've also worked closely with Ministry of Youth to Ministry of Youth has this program for coastal care and something, and we are fortunate to be assisting them with that program and helping the youth groups. And some of the trainings that we were fortunate to be part of, apart from like the normal trainings that we have from our different organizations, is the AIS Mangrove Health Index training, SOA, Sustainable Oceans Alliance Women Leadership training. We've attended some coral restoration workshops, and also we've been involved in youth policy validation and marine litter audit training. Our way forward is to involve more women and youth in communities in the blue and green carbon initiatives, empower youth on the importance of learning traditional knowledge from the elderly, collaborate with relevant stakeholders to implement the projects and to support and help in implementing more blue and green carbon initiatives to mitigate climate change through restoration and sustainable use of marine and land-based resources. And we also, in the future, probably would like to extend an invitation to also university students that that are possibly doing studies in these areas to also be part of our group. And if you can, this is our contact. And yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if anybody does have any questions, but thank you. Glad to know that, Christiana, that we sorted out the tech issues in the end. That was a great presentation. I think it's really important to highlight the role that Indigenous women and youth have, whether it's through those seagrass planting, mangrove planting, coral reefs, and other great initiatives for coastal communities and livelihoods. And it's also great to hear that your potential willingness for research projects or anything else. So yeah, that was a great, and I think we look forward to future interactions. Any questions or anything from anybody? Okay, thanks. As I say, I think we've had a pretty good set of sessions this morning, highlighting the importance of the ocean economy, and all the different job opportunities and so forth. Then we moved on to aquaculture, both general aquaculture in the Pacific, and then we moved also briefly, Justin spoke about pearls, and then Rajesh earlier, my overview on the blue economy. And then of course, we've also heard from all the great work that has been done in other areas such as IMR, PACE-SD, and the students from, you know, pollution, climate change and everything else. And we've also heard about the work from Antoine about the seawater and the coral and reef monitoring and so on. We've had great presentations from, yeah, as I say, Yasha and others, and then of course Justin with his Sabu Sabu model and the pearl aquaculture thing. So we've also had great recent presentation from Christiana on the Ataki woman in conservation role. And of course, we've heard from Shyam about the Mac Blue project that GIS are up to. So I highly encourage all of you to check out all of those. And then, oh yes, I also shouldn't forget Coral Gardeners from Camille as well, and she also had a role. And Janice also spoke with Yasha. So I think we've had a lot of great things. As I say, I'll just wrap up here as people are dropping out or whatever, and then we'll have an hour for lunch. Feel free to you know, join just before 2 or whatever. And as I said before, just to recap, we have sessions coming up. Also, feel free to encourage others. We may get a slightly higher turnout. We might get a higher turnout this afternoon or whatever for the sessions on IS from Institute of Applied Sciences. Then we have also sessions on seabed mining. As I say, we've actually got representatives from the metals company who own about several leases of seabed mining. And of course, there's also going to be films, then some NGOs and other things, as well as then finishing off the day with the tourism sector and some of the projects that they're involved in. So yeah, thank you. And all the best. As I say, feel free to send your presentations, be in touch, and hopefully I'll see some of you this afternoon. Thank you for joining. And I'll shortly end the session, but maybe I'll see you in around an hour or so. Yeah, enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Dare. Goodbye.